What's up? Hello. We're here. We're live. A little bit early, 3 minutes early. Hello. What's up? I got too excited. I was just sitting here in my chair. I was ready. I just wanted to go live. What's wrong with that? Put me in chains. Lock me up for going live early. Hello. How's it going? I need to figure out this black bar situation. I need to put a background or something. What up, Delphi Bing Bong? Hello. What's good? Let's see here. Let me get everything pulled up, and then I have a thing. I have an announcement, I suppose, if that's the way we want to put it. I say that like I didn't put it like that in the title of the stream. Let's see. Okay, everything is set up. Information. What's up, G Herkov? Hello. Okay. I mean, I will keep it short because I don't want to do too much time on housekeeping, but it's a big one. I got a job. Woo! Yay! That's been a long time coming. Woo! I've been looking for a while. I like where I landed. I won't be too specific. If you're a longtime fan, you know when I worked at Honeywell, I did not divulge where I worked for a long time. I like to keep those things separate. Words of great excitement. Woo! Amaze. Thank you, everybody. And I'm very optimistic. I was like towards the end of last year, especially. If you've been around, you know, I took like a month off to try and code something to help with editing. Just last year, I got very, I got very like in my head about what I needed to be doing. And in general, I'm not great at prioritizing. But I get much better at prioritizing the busier I am. But when I have like a lot of free time to just kind of do whatever, I end up prioritizing stupid shit. Like, just frankly, hands up. And so it's weird. Like the first year that I was full-time, I think I was pretty good at it still. And that's, I think, probably the year where I made the best content that I've ever made. And like, so a lot of the stuff that I'm the proudest of. And I think that's not to say that like I think Critical Eyes has gotten worse, but I think that was when I was the most in the groove with it. And then last year it kind of got a little bit harder. I started prioritizing other things, and probably things that I shouldn't have been prioritizing, just frankly. And I think it led to an overall degraded experience. I was like not really happy with like the movement I was making, and so that's why I went and sought out a new or a corporate job again, is just to kind of get some structure back in my life. And I think that ideally, at least, it should result in the content being even better. And, you know, on top of that, the financial stressors, having a more constant income will lead to me being able to more confidently just make the things I want to make without the financial kind of stress in the background. So, yeah. Also, the job market is tough. I would recommend keeping your job if you have one. But yeah, so that's that. I think not much should really change from y'all's perspective, especially in comparison to the last 6 months. Like the last 6 months, I've been spending like all my time searching for jobs and shit. So I was already not able to dedicate a ton of time to this. So if anything, I'm hopeful that the output might actually increase. We'll see. I'm trying not to put the cart before the horse in that arena. But yeah, overall, I think it'll be a very good thing for the channel. And all that. Once a week still or back to 2? I don't know. Like we'll see. I want to go back to 2. I want to do like one weeknight, maybe one weekend, like I used to, like maybe like a Tuesday night, a Sunday night sort of situation. But I'm not sure yet. I mean, that schedule worked out back in the day. And now that I don't, like, for a long time, I felt like if I wasn't actively working on something to like progress or to make Critical Eyes like more palatable to a broad audience, that I was like falling behind and that I wasn't progressing fast enough. And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it became hard for me to justify just like going live to play a video game or like going live, like putting an extra cries in the week. Like I always felt like I needed to be doing something more heavy air quotes productive with my time. And so now that burden has kind of been lifted, right? Like, at least like the mental burden that I sort of made up in my head it has sort of been lifted. So I'm hoping that I feel more comfortable just like going live. That said, first few weeks of the job where I'm still like getting into it, getting caught up. I don't know. I might need to be like putting in study time at night, so we'll see. But it's at least going to be once a week, either on a weekday or a weekend, or like a weekday night. Or it'll be 2. That'd be pretty cool. Thank you, Dishonorable Ronin. Yeah. So I think I'm hopeful. And I also, ideally want to get back to like someone recently commented on like my Chance of Senar long play. And I was like, oh man, like that Chance of Senar was so fun. I should stream another game like that. And those were the sorts of things that like when I was doing this full time, I always like couldn't justify to myself, even though I just like wanted to play a game live. Like I just wanted to do that, but I couldn't like justify it in my own head of like my time spend. And this is what I mean by like I would just waste time, is like I would get so in my head about what I was supposed to be doing, and then I would oftentimes just not do anything. Like I got analysis paralysis in real life. I was getting bad analysis paralysis. But just like in D&D. How did this become a lesson? Just like in D&D, if there's a time pressure, if the players, me in this case, only have a certain amount of time to do things, there's less analysis paralysis. I just make decisions. Plus, again, the financial aspect, I won't feel like I constantly need to like grow the channel. I can just do the things that I think are cool and that I like. So I'm feeling good about it. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go. I think let's get into it. This episode might be the episode, strangely, that has taken the most streams to do. Because I think this is part 3? Let me see. Wait. I don't remember. I have to check the title. Yeah, this is part 3. And I think it might need 2 more parts. I don't know that we're finishing today. But I think we can finish it in 2. Also, I want to say thanks for all the awesome insights. I started DMing after like 15 years of not doing it. Some of the things you talk about have made me more confident to be more creative. Hell yeah. Good. I'm glad. That is always, I'm really happy when I hear things like that, of like confident to be more creative, because I never want anything that I say or like any of the advice I give to ever feel like it's locking off routes or it's locking off options. I always want to encourage people to just go out and try something, That's why, like, no matter really no matter what, I've said this a few times, but it's a thing that I feel is very, very okay to keep repeating. No matter how critical I ever am of Matt, bro is getting out there and he is doing 3 sessions a month, and like the proportion of them that are good is crazy high compared to just the raw amount that he's putting out. Like, no matter if we have some stinkers here and there, he's getting out, he's trying shit, and that is, I don't know, that's very good. I always want to encourage people to just go in, put reps in. Doesn't matter if it's bad, just try shit. Mike might be peaking. No! Shit. Okay, let me know again, because I'm still trying to work out the audio stuff. I could just put on a noise gate. I don't really know what that would do. Let's see. The problem is, I think it peaks less if I do this. If I do this, I think it peaks a lot less, but I also can barely hear myself, which is a problem. So let me try this instead. I'll turn myself down a little bit on the physical device, but I can still hear myself. And then I'll turn up the virtual gain in OBS slightly. So hopefully that results in less peaking. Potentially. I'll also just turn on 48 volts. I don't know what that does, but I'm gonna turn it on. Okay, let's see. Hopefully that's a little bit better. If it continues to peak, let me know. I will try to figure out a way to fix that. I know some people do have just like noise gates for like if they get too loud, their mic just cuts out, which I could do, but I don't think that would probably be good for me. I think I would cut out a lot. Although maybe that would be for the best. That would let me know. Fingers crossed to a week. My fingers are crossed too. To be clear, I would like to stream more. And I'm very optimistic that this change will mentally allow me to do that. Anyways, I think let's get into it. I don't remember exactly where we were. I think you fixed it? Fuck yeah, let's go. Oh! Wait. Okay, I have a small story. I have a small story that I'm going to go back to just chatting for. It's very small. But I talked a lot about the YouTube channel during my interviews. And it was kind of cool because I am still very nervous whenever I talk about D&D with people. Because I didn't grow up in an area that was like full-blown satanic panic. But the area that I grew up in definitely had echoes of that. Some of the communities I was in were more of it, some were less. But there were parents that straight up like talked to my mom about how I shouldn't be playing D&D. Like there were like true worries about it. And about like their kids associating with me. So I realized during this that I have like a real like pit in my stomach about it. And like I kind of downplayed it a little bit when I was talking about like, you know, one of the first slides of the final interview was an about me slide, and I mentioned D&D in it. And I got nervous when I said it. And then the VP of the company, after I'm done with the slide and I'm kind of pausing between slides, he says, "Oh, name of head of HR. Don't you play D&D?" And it is like an older woman, probably my mom's age. And she goes, "Oh yeah, like I try to play as often as I can." Then she asked me like, "Oh, what do you play?" And I go, "Oh, most of the time I'm DMing, sometime, but when I do play, I like Warlock, blah blah blah." And she's like, "Oh, cool, cool." And it was so chill and so relaxed. And then afterward, after the final interview, my manager, or who will be my manager, asked for the name of the channel because he wants to check it out. Totally reasonable. Totally get it. He wants to make sure I'm not making any like crazy content or whatever. Like nothing that would like embarrass the company if it were to be if it were to be connected back to me. Whatever. That's totally reasonable. And I'm confident about the quality of what I make. Like in a vacuum, I'm never worried about like showing people what I do because I think it's very high effort. I think I put a lot of effort into it. And so I'm not like worried about it from that angle, especially if I know they're already cool with D&D. But I didn't know with my manager. And when he calls to offer me the job, he's like, "Oh yeah, I watched some of your stuff." I had to fast forward really long. And I was like, yeah, it is. It's pretty long. And he's like, "I'm not into D&D, but my kids are really into D&D. And, maybe I'll show them your channel." I was like, "Cool." And I don't know. It was a very normal, very relaxed conversation. And I didn't realize until that conversation, like, how much I was kind of holding, like not necessarily a chip on my shoulder, but like how nervous I was for people to find out that I like, am so into D&D and talk about D&D all the time. And so it was very cool for it to be so normal with just like these, people I had never met before, or, met very, very briefly. And it was very normal. It was very chill. And that was really cool. That was really nice to see. And it reminds me of some things that have been happening in the past years of like the Kansas City Chiefs players, like playing a one shot, online, doing a one shot at D&D. It's the sort of thing that like, that's the sort of thing that old, like young person me would have been kind of annoyed about. It would have felt like, oh, they're like that. This is my space. They're invading my space. But that's like the wrong way to think about it. Like they weren't making fun of it. They were playing it legitimately. And those are the sorts of things that do normalize it, that do like bring it in to the common space and the common conversation and show people that, hey, maybe it's just a normal hobby, and it's not that deep. And so, and those are the sorts of things that, like, again, young person me might have been annoyed about, but they are the sorts of things that are resulting in adult me being able to have a very chill conversation with my future manager about how I play D&D and make D&D content. So super cool. It was a moment that probably, was blink and you miss it to him, but was very, almost cathartic for me, which is cool, which is very, very cool. What's your short rest policy? Lol. My favorite YouTube yapper to listen to while painting Warhammer. Oh, dude. I've been trying to convince Paige to get into Warhammer. I want to be into Warhammer so bad. I've been watching so many Warhammer YouTubers. I don't own a single figure. I don't own a single Warhammer mini. But I want to so bad. So we bought some figurines. Are they minifigs or miniatures? I never remember. But we bought some minis for Dice Throne that were on clearance, so that was nice. And miniatures, okay. And we're gonna paint those. And if I end up really liking it, then maybe I can get into Warhammer. And I have more money to get into Warhammer now. Woo! New company's contract is a Warlock Pact, a devil deal. Have you given up something for a job superpower? I guess I gave up time in a way. I wish I had given up something more to get more out of it, but it's a very normal contract. It's understandable reaction to be protective over hobbies. Just gotta learn that it's also immature and reactionary opinion to maintain that, not not evaluate it. Absolutely, Jonathan Busby. I agree. It is absolutely immature and reactionary. And I'm happy that like I'm carrying some of that on my shoulders still, but it's bleeding away with each year that passes, which is really nice. It's much less stressful. Yeah. Good job. You just got a job to fund that financial pit of a hobby. Exactly, Jonathan Busby. Now you're getting it. Miniatures, minifigs, or Legos. That's right. Minifigs or Legos, miniatures. Right. Anyways, so with that out of the way, let's get into it. What were they doing? There was a room behind the mirror. I think they were flying up still. And wait, a room behind the mirror. Oh, I think this is too far back. Is it? Oh, I should have put the times. I should have time-stamped break between streams. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe.
Mirror.
We'll see.
We totally.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. We don't know how long it'll stay open for.
Go.
I'm all into the necklace.
Simon,
you make your way through the opposite side, and as you all step through the chamber, there isn't enough light for you to make out any shape.
Okay, yeah. We're well beyond this. I'll just go and grab the last stream and look at whenever that was. Here, let's see. I think you got to the episode break. Oh, I did. That's right. Oh shit. Wait, we're actually more on time than I thought. Maybe we will end it in one stream. Wait a second. It's only an hour, 44 minutes, second half. We'll see. But I mean, I guess it'll depend on how much I have to talk about. But IMO, the whole anti-D&D satanic panic thing was caused by bad parenting. Parents not caring about their children's interests enough to ask, but caring enough about other parents' opinions to prohibit it. I don't even disagree. I think that is like why I say that I like didn't grow up in like the full-blown satanic panic. Or, fuck, maybe I did, and my mom was just a good parent, frankly. Because my mom actively defended me to other parents. She was like, your kids are out fucking drinking until 2 a.m. I don't want to hear you say shit about my kid who's in my house, in my basement. I ordered them pizza. They're not out till all hours doing who knows what. They're downstairs making make-believe. Because my mom was a bad kid. My mom was, she was the one out drinking until 2 a.m. when she was a kid. So for her, me just being in the basement, she was like, he's under my roof. He's having fun with his friends. What's the problem? Which was very cool. Which was very, very cool. So I was very lucky in that way, I think. Honestly, other kids in my area might have gotten it worse, depending on how their parents were. But it's very, very cool. You should look into your lighting setup. It's a bit harsh. Terrible at lighting. Wait, let's see. How does this look? Is that better? That's a little better. Oh, the frame rate's weird. Part of it is this camera. The camera's not great. And so it's like auto focusing and auto like switching not the white balance, the ISO. Speaking of things that I did not prioritize correctly, I should have spent a lot of time these past few years learning about cameras and lighting and editing rather than the stuff I did end up doing. So hopefully that is a part of it this year. Yeah. But anyways, ever DM'd a game for your mom? I haven't. That'd be kind of wacky. I don't even know how she would do. It would need to be rules light. She's not a big like gamer. It like the most complicated board game we've ever played is like Monopoly. So I think all of the rules would be really tough on her. But I think maybe something like Dread, I think is the name of the game. Dread is the one where like you have a Jenga tower. And it's like anytime you would make like a skill check, you like pull a Jenga piece out of the tower. It's like very rules light. I think that would be the thing. I would have to get her in a rules light system. I don't think she would do well in D&D. Although maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. And she can let me know. Because she does watch occasionally. But that would be fun. It would be wacky to see what she comes up with. Because she's very creative. She's just not a big gamer. Yeah. I was trying to be polite about the reflection on your forehead. Fair enough. Look, I'm pretty white. The reflectivity, there's only so much I can do. I've GM'd a game for my father, never my mother. I would never be able to GM a game for my father. He talk about not a gamer. My dad's just old. He's like 10 years older than my mom. And he never played any form of game really ever across his entire life. And so like occasionally he would try to like play a game with me when I was young and it just didn't work out. He gets very frustrated. And he just doesn't have a lot of the like backing, I guess like he doesn't have like all of the frameworks of like how games work. I've actually been talking a lot about that with Paige. Paige has finally like gotten to the point because she didn't grow up playing video games or board games at all. And we were learning a new board game yesterday and she kind of said it out loud of, damn, I think I'm finally at the point where like, I just get it. Like we were learning it and she was like, I don't need to like actively compare this game to other games to understand it. I'm just intuiting the mechanics because I've played so many games with similar mechanics. And my dad has like the opposite of that, where he has absolutely zero context for any form of game that's not like a sport. So I think he would struggle a lot. My mom at least did play like a few games with me growing up. She played like Mario Kart and Mario Party and you know, so like the Wii Sports, that sort of stuff. My father could not suspend disbelief like at all. I was also a noob GM at the time. It's tough. It's very, very tough. Yeah. Luckily now she understands more of it and I got her to play a one shot with a few of my friends. That's really cool. That's very, very cool, Dishonorable Ronin. Yeah. I think you are nicely illuminated to visibility, but they are correct that your top light is hitting your skin pretty strong. No worries for today, but something to soften for the future. Yeah. I probably just need to change where the floodlight is pointing. Yeah, anyways. People use pillowcases. Oh, pillowcases is something. Okay. Interesting. But anyways. All right, let's see. Let's get into it. So we need to go to the break, or I guess the timestamp after the break, which is 2:36:44. 2:36:44. Dude, I've said before that like it is very unlikely that I ever GM on stream, because that's so stressful. But GMing my mom on stream would be kind of fun. It'd be kind of wacky. And it'd be some interesting content. Although I'm sure that people have done something similar before. Anyways, let's get into it. Remind me what's going on in this episode. They just went through a big ass they're going through the Primordial Titan. They've been through the intestines, and then they just got into like the lung area. Kind of. And there was like a Colosseum, there was a temple, there was a big ass dome in the sky that blew up. And they nabbed a blue crystal from inside of like a Colosseum type deal. And now they are flying towards the roof to try and find a way out and forward onto Thar Amphala. And I think that's it. Ginny D did? That makes sense. It's a good idea. It's a good content idea, I can imagine. I feel like anytime I have a good content idea and I look it up to see if other people have done it, it's like a 9 out of 10 that Ginny D's done it. She just has those instincts, man. I can never take it away from her. Thanks for the summary. Absolutely. All right, let's get going.
All right, so last we left off, you guys were all traveling upward through various means of flight.
Shit, that's right.
Through a
Dharamfala
peak
is
in the
the
central cavern
city
chamber,
that
the
Vecna
center
said.
of Thamara, the long dead dwarven city. As you begin to climb upward through this 15-foot wide or so upward hallway, this cylindrical cavern, you continue upward for about 50 or so feet since passing through the ceiling of this chamber, and then it opens up into a domed room. Immediately as you fly up, you see a ceiling come up, and you have to kind of coast off to the side, and you catch yourself hovering there as the rest of you guys make your way in there. In this domed, almost like mushroom-shaped chamber with a very, very thin circular floor on the outside with the hole where you entered in the bottom. It's whoever would stand on the edge there would have the opportunity to either leap into or toss something down into this hole that would then drop them right into the center of the city.
Weird question. Was the blue gem, if I were holding the blue gem and had dropped it down this hole, what would the likelihood it would have landed vaguely where it ended up?
Not at all.
Okay.
It was a ways off. This was
Okay, just checking.
But are there any undead around us right now?
currently, glancing around, you do not see any undead.
So you said things or people. Is this like a body-sized hole?
No, it's about 15 feet wide. And the full chamber is about maybe 50 or so feet across.
I think I understand. It's like it's a domed, it's a room in the shape of a dome that then has like not a catwalk, but like a rim of a floor. So it's like most of the room is not really a room. It has it's mostly whole on the floor, I think. Strange. And also strange that they just found it. Although, I guess if I'm Matt and I'm on the break and I'm debating if I want them to have to roll a bunch of checks to find this, when there's, like, pretty much no danger in the meantime. Like, there's no real reason to have them roll a bunch of checks. Might as well just have them find it, honestly.
Across, and there's about a 20-foot walkway, circular, around the chamber before the hole in the center.
Did you say if the hole is like a natural just gap in the cave, or does it look made? Yeah.
If you glance down and look about the interior of this chamber, it is not natural. It is all carved.
Right.
Can we look at the gem for a second, since there's no undead around?
If you want to, Grog has it.
You want me to pull it out?
Yeah, can you do an arcana check or something on it?
Sure. Whip it out.
Yeah.
I can look at it.
Are we also hovering in a...
How big is it? Is it like a baseball
thing?
size?
Oh, that's right.
It's not that big.
Yeah, no undead, right? No.
I also just, I want to point out, and I don't even think this is like, I'd have to know more about what's going on behind the screen to know if this is like bad or good. But this blue gem, right? They had like several debates, like between Percy and some of the others especially, about whether or not they should like spend their time and effort and risk going for this crystal. In fact, they had that conversation about searching the city in general and like taking that time and spending those resources. And I think the fact that they ended up going for it and that now they are taking the time to investigate it when, in theory, they are on a time crunch really demonstrates a particular principle of if you put something in front of your players, they are likely to imply that it has meaning, right? Or imply that it must be important, or it must be useful, or it must be valuable in some way or in some stretch. Now that doesn't always, that isn't always the case. I don't want to say famously, but I gave a long conversation or a long speech about a session that I ran a little while ago that totally flopped because this principle failed me. Just putting stuff in front of my players was not enough to get them to investigate it. However, that was because I had like 3 separate timers stacked on top of them. So they were really stressed about getting through it very quick because there were multiple layers of pressure for them to do so. And that is kind of the balance. In this case, they do have a timer. They do have pressure pushing on them, but clearly it's not enough to override this separate principle of if you put something in front of them, they're going to imply that it is important in some way. And I think that goes double if it's some sort of artifact or magic item. I think that those are going to draw your players' interest and focus a lot stronger than just, I don't know, like a random location or a weird animal or a weird piece of flora or fauna, whatever. A magic item they're broadly useful. A lot of GMs don't even run with cursed items, so most of the time if you see something magical, it either ranges from neutral but not actively detrimental to very useful, very helpful. So there's very rarely an explicit downside towards collecting something that appears magical in most campaigns. Now, Matt did just hit him with a cursed item, but he would never hit him with 2 cursed items back to back, right? Cough, infer, not imply. Oh no! I don't remember what I said. I'll believe you. But it's certainly something to keep in mind as a GM, especially if you only have a soft timer, and if that soft timer is not being super respected by your players, like if they're not taking it super seriously, if you put something in front of them, especially something magical, they're probably going to go after it kind of no matter what. Now, I'll also cut that entire segment of advice with super depends on your players. I'm going towards the average set of players. I think this is accurate for the average, but this is also, your mileage may vary depending on your players. In session 8 of my campaign, I quickly learned that my players will investigate so many things, so I started to get less descriptive of set dressing unless they directly ask. It is something that you might have to modify given your players. Yeah, it sounds like your players may be even more investigative than the average. And so, yeah, you might have to actively tamp down your environmental narration, which is a risk. Sometimes we see Vox Machina falling into that, where they are very concerned about the environmental description that Matt gives, and it can be a problem for Matt because one of his vamping techniques, it seems, is just describing the environment, which is not a terrible vamping technique, but if you're vamping and you describe something interesting, but you're just improvising it, and then your players start investigating it more and more, that presents a wider pool of improv that you now have to take on as the GM. That might be okay for you if you're really comfortable improvising that sort of stuff and you can find something interesting in there. But it is, the more you lean into that, the more of a risk you run of destabilizing the session. One of the things I want to try next time I GM for my default players is to put like 50 things in front of them at once so they can't tell what is and isn't important, testing the extremes. I want to do it as a one-shot to test the extremes, but limiting the damage. Sure! I think as part of a one-shot, that's totally fair. And especially, you can do that as a little test case about like what interests them and what doesn't. That could be very cool. Very cool, very interesting experiment. Yeah, I agree of... you want to limit the damage there. because it could very easily go off the rails, or just, I mean, it could also, frankly, just not be a super fun time. Like, if they want to investigate every single thing, it might end up taking up way more time than you expect, and you wouldn't want that to go and affect your main campaign, where, you know, you have this little test that you want to just cover one session, and then because they want to investigate every single thing, it takes 3 or 4. So yeah, I think limiting that into a sandbox is a good idea.
No creatures, nobody that's going to go whoop to
Doesn't
this
appear to
shining
be-
blue light.
We can't see anything around us.
Not at the moment, no.
Okay.
I remove the handkerchief.
Also, so is this room just like a dome with no doors or exits or anything? Kind of weird.
I look at it. I inspect it like a jeweler inspecting a jewel. 18 Arcana check.
Okay, it's definitely magical. And you can watch the blue light from it. It kind of like, it grows stronger, then weaker, and stronger, then weaker. Kind of has this kind of rhythmic kind of a flash to it,
How
a
is
heart
it-
or something that kind of has like a pulse to it.
Is it pulsing kind of... How is it lining up towards the steps of the giant?
Not at all.
Dude, something that I have found in my own sessions that I'm not confident enough to say, like, this is a rule, this is a heuristic that I'm abiding by, but I'm paying more and more attention to it with each session that passes. If I describe an inanimate object moving in some way, animating in some way, the players assume it is either alive, straight up, or so magical. One of like 3 things. It is alive, it is incredibly powerful magic, or it is magic that replicates life. I have seen like those 3 assumptions. The only maybe caveat to it is if it's like swirling darkness, like stormy darkness inside of like a potion or an orb, that seems to more come across as mysterious than alive. But I've found pulsing light, they immediately assume it is alive or it is powerful. And those are the 2 options. Again, I'm not confident enough to say that this applies broadly. It might just be my players, but I have found that to be the case with my players. Also, thank you for the membership, Dishonorable Ronin. I appreciate it. Welcome to Emojis Are For Everyone. Congrats on reaching this close to the end of C1. We're getting there. I'm not sure about this yet. But my start date for my new job is sometime later this month. I actually don't know exactly what day it is yet. It's either middle or late August. And the week from like the 10th to the 16th, I don't actually have a ton going on. I did debate just doing like a rush to the end. Doing like a marathon to the end. That could be kind of wacky. Thank you, Sarah. That could be kind of wacky. I don't know if my voice could handle it. But I'm considering because we're so close. We're like 4 episodes out. That would be awesome. The last 4 episodes are very bingeable. I have a feeling. Once I get through the Primordial Titan, the pace will just pick up like crazy. So we'll see. I have a couple other things I kind of also potentially want to do that week. I also potentially want to take like a camping trip. So I haven't decided yet. But that might be something. Sounds like fun for us and not a long-term commitment on your part. Obviously a special occasion. True. I do That's one of my main worries, negative view, is some viewers may not be able to watch that often. That might suck for them. That's one of my main concerns with doing it really quick. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm debating it. Maybe it might even just be like a double feature sort of week. Maybe I'll just do more, but not necessarily all of them. I don't know. Yeah. As soon as Matt said pulsing light, I immediately thought like a heartbeat. Yup. Yup. Like a heartbeat.
Okay.
It's much quicker.
Much quicker.
It's cold to the touch.
Okay.
Does it do anything to the Titan stone knuckles?
I'm holding it in there.
Is it faster than my heartbeat?
It's slower.
Slower.
Whoa, that's
Oh,
slow.
but it's undead.
So it's very slow, but not as slow as the rate he's walking.
Correct.
But definitely slow.
Is it a cut? Is it a cut jewel
Okay.
or is it rough?
It's kind of rough. It doesn't look like it's no jeweler's hand has really touched it. There are some edges that have flat surfaces to it, but it looks like there are maybe things that chipped off the stone.
The vibe of something petrified.
No, it has almost a quartz-like look to it. Elements of it appear to be cloudier or imperfect, and some areas appear to be clearer, and the light shines through a little brighter.
So it's like a hunk at the Natural History Museum in the mineral section.
Kind of, yeah.
If
But
we
there's an
gaze
enchantment
into
in
it,
it.
can we see anything?
What about Pikey Pants? Can she detect if it's evil or good or something? Does she
You
do
can-
that?
You
I
can
can
do
do
that.
that, yeah.
You should do that.
I'm going to do that.
Okay. You don't get a sense of any
Edamame.
sort of
Where's the
evil
edamame?
coming
That's-
from the stone.
No,
Oh,
evil
where
coming
is
from
it?
No evil?
You said
No
no
evil.
sense of evil,
the-
right?
No evil
Yeah,
coming.
no evil coming from the stone.
Okay, I'm gonna gaze into it
Okay.
super hard.
You look really hard into the stone as you hold it to your face, and your eyes almost cross as you glance into the very core source of this pulsating arcane energy. And it's bright.
So bright, y'all.
So bright, it hurts a little bit. You kind of have to wince after a while.
Magical, not
I saw
evil.
so many things. I saw so many
Pulsing.
things.
I
And
bet
it's
you look at
bright.
the eclipse too.
I did. Yeah.
We don't have an identifier or anything like that, do we?
No.
No.
You know who had that?
No, who?
Our good friend Terry. He was wonderful.
Who was that? Oh,
Terry and
the
Gary.
fancy fellow? Yeah,
He's great.
he's probably dead somewhere.
I think we should try and smash it.
Don't you think that about everyone and everything?
Hear me out.
I'm not against this idea.
What else are we going to do to it before we face Elvekna?
My only other thought of how it could be useful at this point with what we know about it
Is Elvekna Spanish? Vecna?
yes,
See,
is that it seemed like the undead were crowding towards it, which means that if we do get attacked by a group of undead, we might be able to shiny object them. Unless, of course, it's dangerous in their hands,
or
and then
we
we just
spike
hand
it down the hole and it causes a hydrogen bomb. And we shatter this titan in half.
That literally made the dungeon master laugh. So I don't know if that's necessarily.
It's blue, right?
It's blue.
That is the color of hydrogen.
What?
That's the color of Dr. Manhattan. I don't necessarily know if it's the same thing.
It is known.
Why don't we just hang on to it for now?
Fair enough.
In a moment of peril, we can throw it
We
up.
can try to
Not
crack
crazy trying to crack it.
What
Yeah,
if
I'm
it
okay with
stops
that.
this thing where it stands? Because we're all thinking this could possibly.
the heart. It could be
Edamame
the-
at me.
I know.
Edamame.
We're all thinking that this thing could be its heart somehow.
Its heart?
Yeah.
It could.
It's very small
it's palm
for a
sized,
heart.
right?
It could be
For
a
a
chunk of
titan.
heart.
That's
I
palm
mean,
sized.
is it the same color as his knuckles?
No, these are like stonish gray.
Yeah.
And this
It's
is
totally
blue
different material.
crystal.
Totally different material.
Cobalt.
Sure.
There's nothing about it that gives you this sense, based on what you've seen both outside and within the Titan, that it is
It could be a
of similar
soul.
essence to the Titan, from what you understand.
It could be like a soul or something.
Soul glow?
Does Pike have anything that detects like a soul, or if it's anything like
It's
that?
not evil. It's not good. It could be the thing that's keeping these undead
I
moving.
think she has that.
Okay. Well, I don't know what else to do. If I think we just keep moving
All right.
Yeah.
until
I like the spiking idea.
I'm okay squishing it with a hammer.
I'm okay squishing with the hammer.
I
but-
think that you should let me
I'm
squish
also
it
okay.
because
I
if
think
it
it's funny
blows
that-
up.
Though that we spent so much time getting it and then we're just going to destroy
We
it.
spent like 10 minutes getting this thing.
yeah, we'll think about smashing it when we take our rest. Maybe
Yeah.
a cause will
Right,
reveal.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Hold on to it for now. It could come in handy.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
like
still
that-
think a hydrogen bomb will
That
happen.
dress you bought 4 years ago.
You called
So-
it. I'm
Exactly.
fresh.
No, it might
That's
be
not
purpose.
usually the
We'll pop
flags
that tag off
or-
eventually.
All right, focus.
Yes.
Let's get out of this
Very
dome.
focused.
Is there any
circle.
writing or engraving or runes on the edge of the circle that's been engineered?
On the edge of the circle, no. It's smooth stone, intently designed to be a drop or an opening of some kind.
Are there
And there's
exits?
Yeah,
Make an investigation check.
I'm looking for that.
You don't see any current doorways
Nope.
or passageways.
Wait,
there.
there's not a hole that we can go up?
Okay. I started rolling my eyes when he was like, "Are there exits?" And then he said, "Roll an investigation check." started rolling my sword. They said, okay, there's no obvious passageways or exits or anything like that. So, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I was like, you're going to make them roll just to look around for a door. Come on, Matt.
The hole that you came through to come into this chamber. Imagine like a dome.
Oh, and now we're in the chamber.
You're in the chamber.
I literally just rolled a 1. I'm aware that there's a hole,
16.
and I forgot
You
what
get
I was
vertigo.
thinking.
Yeah,
I
as you
feel
sink into the
nauseous.
chamber.
Secret
Is this investigation or perception?
Investigation.
If you look about and you don't see any sort of exit, investigation to see if there's any hidden or not immediately noticeable exits or entryways.
23. For
23.
investigation.
As you kind of do a pass around, looking closely along the wall, you see what appear to be 2 small domed doors that have metal rods kind of jammed through, almost like a small barricade that's been placed down on one side of a doorway. However, they are closed from this side,
Okay, so we could have.
from the interior. You could.
Are they trapped?
Doors
I'm gonna
again.
look to see if they're
Make an
trapped.
investigation
On
check.
it.
What? A domed door with metal rods, as if it's been barricaded from the other side. I don't understand, but maybe the description will become more clear soon.
Also fair to assume that whatever's in that door.
27.
27?
I rolled a
Doesn't want us going through.
18.
Okay, you're both looking at the same one?
Yeah, I'm with that. No,
Okay, neither of you notice any traps.
this one's
All
fine.
right, then I'm gonna try to jimmy open that.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
I already said it.
Is it locked?
Make a
though?
strength check.
Not locked.
It does sound like something they would have seen at a glance. I'm gonna choose to ignore it. Because it super duper sounds like they would have seen it at a glance, but whatever.
Oh wait,
2?
yeah, that's just like a strength, straight up strength, not
Yeah.
a saving throw.
Nope.
2? 2.
I'm really fucking weak. You'd think I'd be stronger pulling at the bowstring, but no.
Use your legs. Use your legs. Really. Like,
Okay,
use your
I
legs.
put my legs up on the wall and
back
try to
again.
fall.
It was not budging.
Good deal.
Can I use my finger skills to see if it's locked? Just my finger skills.
I mean,
Yeah.
I made a perception check to see if it was trapped. Wouldn't I know if it's locked?
I mean, the lock is the barricading mechanism on
Yeah,
it. There's no
probably.
handle, there's no...
Is there
I'm
any
going to try
keyhole.
to
Grog.
sidestep this lock with my lockpicking skills.
It's a barricade.
It's a
barricade.
It's
There's
a
nothing
rod.
to do, but there's nothing.
there's nothing.
It's like steel rebar in front of the door.
Seems impossible that a rogue would be.
Is there any
that both sides.
is there any decorating or writing or scratching around the door frame or wall around the door? Anything other than just a portal to go through?
Not from what you can see, no. There's no runic symbol. The room is pretty simple. Like, the construction of it
And there's 2 doors.
may be older than most of the things that you've seen within the city below in previous chambers. It's simple. It seems to be built almost for function rather than ceremony or...
It's a trash chute.
That's what I was gonna say. Is
Could
it
be.
like a
I'm going
water
to-
chute, a drainage? Does
I'm
this
going
look
to get
a
out of the way in case
drain?
something comes out of
This
here
could
and
fill
so
this
does
with
not
water.
knock me into that
But
goddamn
it could
hole.
fill the city with water.
How far apart
It
of
could
the
drown all the zombies.
One thing you do notice, which is interesting as you're kind of glancing around the side, looking on the ground at the bottom of it, there's a very, very faint groove in the ground that leads towards the central hole at the base of each of these doorways.
Does there appear to be any other type of chutes coming into this room?
No, just the 2 doors on the opposite sides.
How far apart are the doors? Are they on opposite sides?
Opposite sides of the chamber.
So there's a bar. The door is barred then.
Correct.
Dude, I'm having so much trouble picturing this room. I don't know why. I don't know why. I think it's just that it's a very strange room. It's just very like strange geometry and setup and I don't know if the players are having a similar struggle and that's why there's so much back and forth here. I don't know. It's very strange though. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with it. Also, all of y'all are very correct about the pulling a bow requires a fuckload of strength. Absolutely. We could talk all day about the way in which D&D 5e interacts with weapons. I think that weapon masteries were a great step forward in making them better, but I would also say that they're like fundamentally misdesigned. I much prefer something like we see in Daggerheart, where there's just a huge collection of weapons that all use varying stats depending on what they are. Yeah. But yeah, this room is strange. Also, it is not big wood. I saw someone earlier saying, does the door barricade class as big wood? I would not say so. Especially because I think it's like a steel barricade. But one of the things about big rock, one of the really good things about big rock, is that it is very obviously and clearly able to be bypassed with enough time. Like, you can just chip away at it and you can make consistent progress. And, like, that's one of the things about big rock is that it is super duper possible to get through it if you just have, like, one kind of strong person, which every party does. Every party has someone with at least a 10 in strength, unless you have a weird build, like a weird party comp. And even if you don't, like, if you don't have someone with strength, you have someone that has, like, a force damage cantrip, i.e. Eldritch Blast, right? You have something that can get through the rock. Steel, or a door, or like a barricade across a door, etc., all of those things are different. You might literally not be able to get through steel. Like, if you do not have the appropriate tools, you might literally not be able to get through it because it is worked. It is a I was listening to Esoterica the other day, and he used a really cool term that I can't remember. It's like a product of art. He was describing Plato's philosophy, and it was about, like, what has a form in the spiritual realm. And I think it was a work of art, but art as in, like, artisan or artistry, like a product of people, not a naturally occurring thing. And one of the things about big rock is that it is a naturally occurring thing. Any party comp, almost without exception, can get through it. Works of art are different. They are a totally different class of thing because you literally might not be able to bypass it if you do not do the right thing or you do not have the right tools. So different. Very, very different. Yeah. I honestly think that it's just because they wanted some sort of weapon that didn't rely on strength, and they chose one almost at random. From a game standpoint, strength is overused in combat. I mean, that's fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I am personally of the belief, and again, I think the Daggerheart addressed this pretty well. But I'm of the belief that, like, cantrips should just be done away with. Like, we should just not have cantrips anymore, and that we should put more effort into the weapon system going across class. So wizards should have staffs that they can attack with and that scale off of their intelligence. And warlocks should use their, like, pact symbol, like the symbol of their pact, and that should be their, like, weapon, right? And you can have weapons that maybe have embedded cantrips. So, like, you get a Staff of Frost, and that gives you the ability to cast this specific spell at range, whenever you want, as your attack, right? And then we can sort of marry the two, we can have a unified weapon system across all of the classes. So you could even have, a wizard weapon or a caster weapon in general that even has multiple cantrips, right? And then whichever weapon they are using at the time determines what cantrips they have access to, right? So you could have a wand of mold earth, or you could have a wand of construction, right? That has mold earth and gust and prestidigitation and et cetera, right? You can have complex weapons. I think that weapons should be more complex, and they are. Like, if we look at the weapons in magic items, yeah, we have +1, +2, +3 weapons, but most of the weapons do something weird and cool. There's not a lot of just, like, straight up upgrading your weapons without going into magic doing something weird territory, right? And so if weapon attacks and cantrips are supposed to be analogous to each other, right? Those are like the things that you do for free in combat. Let's just put them all into weapons, and then we can really make a robust weapon system around all of that. Now, I know that people getting rid of cantrips is probably a no-go, but I would be very, very in favor of it. You'll take my cantrips away from my cold dead by hands. Look, I'm a warlock main. I love my cantrips, but I think that we need to look at a more cohesive weapon system, man. I genuinely really like Daggerheart's approach to weaponry. Me too. I really, really like Daggerheart's approach to it. I think it is a much more cohesive system that is much more extensible. Like, it's much, much easier to build in your own things. Like, it's hard to build an interesting and unique new cantrip. Separate from, it's pretty actually simple to build a new weapon, right? A new weapon, like a magic weapon for a martial. It's way easier to do that and like create a relatively balanced one than it is to create a new cantrip that isn't repetitive, like doesn't just like do something that other cantrips do, but is also balanced and isn't just like better than every other cantrip. So I want 11 spells on demand because I want to be a god. You could have multiple wands, right? That's what I'm getting at with this is like, I like, one of the things I like about weapon masteries in 524 or 5.5, whatever. One of the things I like about weapon masteries is that it encourages marshals to have potentially multiple weapons on hand and to choose the right weapon for the job as part of their combat prep in a similar way that casters might prepare spells at the beginning of the day, right? Depending on what they think they're going to do that day. That's part of their prep. And I like the idea of marshals choosing a weapon as part of their prep. Now, if you don't want to do that prep, maybe you go something like a monk, right? And maybe we have something like a sorcerer that doesn't use weapons or something like that. I don't know. But broadly, I think that unifying those systems would make both much stronger and more cohesive. We could lean even harder into damage types at that point as well. I think that D&D broadly is, I've realized the more and more I've learned other systems, it's just so fragmented. There's just so many things going on. There's so many exceptions to things. And I definitely have realized that I much prefer a system that is much more unified in how it approaches things. But I think linking cantrips to weapons means spellcasters will just hoard all the types and have every cantrip in the game very quickly unless they have to attune to it. I mean, I guess the thing there would be like, don't let them. Right? You have control over that as the GM. Just don't let them do that. Right? Like, that argument would also apply. Like, that argument is basically identical to saying that wizards should not be allowed to put new spells into their spellbook via spell scrolls, right? They shouldn't be able to copy spell scrolls into their spellbook, because if you do that, they will just hoard every spell scroll in the game and they will just have every spell in the game, right? Like, those are analogous, but that's not a problem with most wizards because DMs get to control the rate at which wizards acquire spell scrolls, right? So I think the same would be true of weapons, right? Like, it's not a problem that plate armor exists, right? And that, like, plate armor is just, like, better than other forms of heavy armor because the GM has full control over how quickly the players have access to plate armor. They also have, full control over the pricing of plate armor in this case. And the same thing could be true easily of magical weapons and such. Cantrips are absolutely making 5e's combat harder to balance well, but I also don't think just removing them is the solution. No, of course not. This is less of like, I think cantrips are a problem, and more, I think cantrips should be in a more unified system. I think that cantrips being handled completely separately from weapons, but they're ultimately accomplishing the same goal. They're free damage. They are a thing that the player can do in combat that doesn't suck up a resource in order to do damage or have, some effect. I think that having those in two separate systems is bad. And I don't think that we should go the opposite direction and just give marshals cantrips. I think that's the opposite way that I would go with it. Cantrips are very effective at solving issues of spellcasters hoarding spell slots. Sure. I mean, yeah, just you want the spellcaster to be able to do something in combat or in, in the game flat out without having to expend their resources, right? In D&D, every class should have some things they can do for free and some things that cost resources. And the free things are worse than the things that cost resources. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just wish that those two things were a little bit, at least the free stuff was a little bit more unified. Carrying 5 wands and fires carrying 7 weapons to choose from every day is a little silly. I don't know. Maybe we just disagree. I don't think it is. I think it's kind of cool, personally. But, I mean, you could also have, upgradable weapons. So, in the same way that wizards can add things to their spellbook, you could have, an arcane focus that upgrades with the caster as you go, and you can add cantrips to it. I'd also be down with that. But I don't know. I agree D&D could be improved. Yeah, certainly. Wizards shouldn't be allowed to do that because they're nerds. I think it's fine for wizards because they can only prepare so many spells. If their book has 50 spells, they can still only prep 10, but cantrips are very useful and have no preparation. Well, that's something else we could look at. Also, having played many high-level casters, cantrips basically stop being used past level 5 or 6, at least for me. I think it depends. I mean, for warlocks, that's certainly not the case. Warlocks are using their cantrips. I mean, they're using Eldritch Blast until level 20. But so it depends, but I get what you mean. I just want to... The goal with this is marry up the free systems. You know what I'm saying? Damaging cantrips are balanced to be on par with weapons, so I don't think removing them would really do anything. No, and that's why I don't even really want to remove them. I want them to be routed through the same system, right? They are balanced to be on par, but because they are using totally distinct systems of getting that free stuff in there, I think it's one of the reasons that we can't have as many unique and interesting weapons, right? The more you, any weapon you create and any weapon system you create is only going to apply to marshals. And I also don't think that, cantrips are fundamentally part of the caster fantasy. The caster fantasy often features wands and staves and all of these other things. And we have something similar to that in D&D with the arcane focuses, but they just address components, which are basically a non-mechanic. Components are barely addressed and barely matter. So, I think I'd be more interested in seeing, what does it look like when you make arcane focuses look more like weapons and make the cantrips utilize that weapon-like system more, so that if we build out a broader weapon system, it applies to casters and marshals at the same time. We can invest into it more because it applies to everyone, right? We can make it more robust because it's not only applying to half of the classes. That's kind of the direction I'm thinking in. Fighters can't normally physically carry that much gear without a bag of holding or a donkey, so I don't think core game design should depend on having a magic bag or donkey. Are weapons that heavy? I don't think they are they? Wait, let's see. I actually do not know. How heavy is a greatsword? A greatsword seems heavy. Great sword. But also that implies that people are playing with encumbrance, which Are they really? I mean, a greatsword is only 6 pounds. Like, I don't think there's any reason that, like, if we're just looking at encumbrance and not thinking about the physical volume that these weapons take up, then, like, to an extent, I hear you. But also, like, you know, if I look up The Witcher, bro is always carrying around at least 2 swords. Okay, well, these are all... Give me actual Witcher. There we go. Like, his iconic look is having multiple swords for multiple situations on his back. You know what I'm saying? And this is, like, a pretty core fantasy archetype, I would say. Now, you know, maybe the fighter has more than something like the barbarian, and there's some trade-offs there. But, again, this system would be able to become more robust. Maybe we could have the fighter that cares about having a bunch of different weapons and the barbarian, which only has 1 or 2. Like, maybe we could have that sort of situation if the weapon system was a little bit more robust, but it's not. Yeah. Yeah. The conditionally highest damage cantrip, Toll the Dead, deals 1d12 damage, so is the heavy crossbow. Yeah, again, I'm not concerned about the amount of damage that cantrips do. That's not the problem. I mean, we can talk about the best cantrip in the game, Eldritch Blast, all day long. Eldritch Blast is better than literally any other cantrip or any weapon, but I don't think that's, like, a problem, because it's on Warlock, who is very, very constrained, you know? Yeah. I think a complex weapon system would be good because casters already have their complex features called spellcasting. Giving something similar to martials would make sense. I mean, I would love that. I just don't think it is feasible to create a system as complex as spellcasting for martial weapons. I think, like, just speaking practically, I think it's unlikely that martials would get that love. And I think it is more likely that we could work in cantrips into weapons. Like, if I have to pick one of those routes that would actually, I think is actually feasible to do in D&D, I think the casters using weapons is more likely. Because casters hate it when you take shit away from them. As demonstrated by the cantrip discussion right now. I think you have to give things to casters. You have to give them more options and more stuff. And repackaging cantrips, I think, is easier in that sense. If you just say, we're doing all of this work for martials, I think casters would not be super happy about that. Literally hanging off your body. I mean, I think the assumption would be that they are not hanging off your body. They're, like, in a pack or something. But you were talking about letting them choose from basically any weapon? No. Not let them choose, like, let them choose from any weapon in theory, but, like, let them choose from any weapon that they have, like, on their person. It was also, I mean, we can also talk about, like, the benefit of, like, hideouts and, like, the idea that maybe a fighter can't literally carry every weapon that they own on their person. And so before you head out on the journey, on the quest or whatever, you have to pick a subset of weapons to bring. I think that would be far more interesting than what we currently have going on, where you pick one weapon and just use that the whole time, which I think is super duper boring. Like, I think that giving marshals more options and more things to pick from, even if it's only 2 or 3 options, would be far more interesting than what's going on right now. Your description earlier had me thinking, like, 6 different options which you wouldn't have space on your body. No, I agree you wouldn't have space on your body. But, like, in a pack or something. Like, I wouldn't want them to have 6 different weapons that they're, like, choosing between on any given turn. I would think about it as part of the prep of, like, okay, what weapon am I bringing into this fight? I don't have any sort of problem with, like, switching weapons not being very fast in combat. I think that's totally fine. Yeah. Doesn't 5.5 do it in a way? It does. Like, 5.5, I think, was an improvement to martials. I think weapon masteries are an improvement. I just don't think they go far enough. Like, I think we need, I think they were a little bit underwhelming to me, personally. Yeah. You could totally add a wand weapon type that does what cantrips do, and utility cantrips like Druidcraft or Light could be class features. Sure. I think that's like a direction that I could really see something like this going in. Yeah. Yeah. But IRL, it ends up with people ignoring and roleplay most of the time. I would be okay with the system tightening it. Yeah, I think that's the direction that I would look at going in, is making the arcane focuses maybe a little bit more robust. And maybe, you learn, like, in the same way that you learn spells, you like add cantrips to your arcane focus, but then we can have different types of arcane focuses. Maybe certain focuses come with certain cantrips already kind of pre-installed, or something like that. Maybe a varying arcane focuses have different cantrips by default, but then you can bring some in between them. Maybe we have a gem system. Whoa, crazy. We have like a modification system where like certain gems give you certain cantrips, and so you can, a given wand only has a certain number of slots. I don't know. That might be a little bit much, but something in there. You're talking about fighters having weapons prepared every day like spells? Yeah. Like at the beginning of the day, right? So let's say your fighter has like we'll take Geralt as the example, right? He has a silver sword, an iron sword, and let's add one more, and let's add a hand axe. Maybe he has 2 hand axes. And I'm not even thinking about the beginning of the day. I'm thinking about like right before a combat starts. So maybe they have their silver sword equipped, but your party's like scouting out. They're lying in wait. They're peering out. They're about to ambush a goblin encampment, or they're about to go and go swinging on a goblin encampment. Then your fighter might come back to your camp and say, okay, do I want my silver sword? Do I want my hand axes? Do I want this? Like, they have to think about which weapon they're going to bring in for the fight. And then they would have that equipped. That's my mental image of it, because preparations happen before the combat starts. So once the combat starts, it's nothing, right? Or they're not like switching in and out or anything. It would be like an at camp sort of thing of like, what weapon am I going to equip today and be carrying on me? All of the other ones would be packed up. Something like that. Geralt doesn't change his weapons. They always stay. You can use any weapon Geralt has. Yeah, I'm not comparing it to Geralt in terms of what weapons they can use mid-combat. I'm comparing it to, I was just using Geralt as an example that there are many, martial archetypes where fighters or similar people have multiple weapons, right? I was more pointing out that like the like single weapon martial is not the baseline fantasy there. Yeah. Also gives a reason for storage locations and traveling carts, etc. Yeah, like there's no real reason that you need a donkey or a traveling cart or anything right now. Yeah. Yeah. Going back to Daggerheart for a second, if you look at the cards, the mundane cards are not less numerous nor less exciting than the magic cards, at least at lower level. Yeah, true. If it was matching the way that spells work, you would have like 10 weapons and only prepare 3 or 4, which means you would need to carry all of that in character. Right now, a fighter can have as many weapons as Geralt does. Yes, but they're just not very interesting, right? That's the ultimate downside of the martial weapons system, is that they're just not that interesting. Even though the weapon masteries are not very interesting. One of the reasons I want to I would lean towards taking like cantrips and making them into weapons is not so that cantrips can be more like weapons, but so that weapons can be more like cantrips, right? We put it all in one weapon system, and then we can expand that weapon system and make it a lot more interesting, right? I want to expand the weapon system so that choosing 3 weapons out of your 7 is an interesting choice, right? That's why I want like a more robust weapon system. Yeah. This is becoming very war logistics. Send out scouts to see what the enemy army is comprised of, to see what formation to use. Exactly. That's like the fantasy that I imagine when I picture like fighters or just marshals in general, like preparing their weapon or choosing their weapon. Is you go out, you get intel, you figure out what the enemy is using, and then you pick a weapon that would be good into that situation. My problem with having a lot of weapons that higher tier weapons usually need a tuning, and changing your attunement every rest seems annoying. It does. It does. I mean, I think the weapon system right now is just not very good. That's kind of the underlying point that I'm making. Is that like the current weapon system I don't like very much. And so the reason I want to put them all together is so that we can make the whole thing more interesting and more robust. Yeah. It's like using axes for their cleave in crowds, or greatsword for the nick, or whatever it's called, for single entities. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate you, but I really do not understand how what you're describing is different from what fighters can do today, aside from giving them proficiency in every weapon. What I'm describing right now is making it so that weapons actually have like a substantial difference between them. Like right now, there's very little difference between any given weapon, right? And if we made the weapons more interesting, more robust, the entire system more robust, it would actually give fighters a choice in the matter, right? Like fighters can choose between any weapon that they own right now. There's just no reason to do so, right? So what I'm talking about is just making the weapons more interesting, and then that would kind of be it for marshals. And I don't think that we're going to get more interesting weapons unless we also make casters use weapons. Yeah. You guys are describing like going to camp like it's a permanent thing, but that's enough stuff that you have to put it on a donkey so you can go with you, because we never go back to camp. I mean, I think you're getting very hung up on the logistics of this. It's like you're correct in that what I am describing right now logistically can already be done. There's just zero reason to do so. Right. The thing that I am describing is already possible. There's just no reason for a fighter to do it. Yeah. I want the weapons to be more interesting, and then if they were more interesting, that would provide more reasons to make more choices, right? I'm not saying that I want weapons to be like preparing spells. I am drawing a comparison between the two of wizards prepare their spells at the beginning of the day strategically, right? Like that's a strategic part about playing a prepared caster, is that you have to try and think ahead about what, obstacles you might face and prepare the correct spells for that situation. And if we made weapons more robust overall, a similar choice might be presented to some marshals, like the fighter or something that has proficiency in all of these weapons, right? Whereas a barbarian that only has proficiency in certain weapons, maybe they don't have that choice. Kind of like a known caster, right? A known caster does not have that gameplay loop where they try to think ahead and predict what might be next. A barbarian or a monk could very much be in that similar camp when it comes to weapons. They just don't have a lot of proficiencies, so there's not a lot of decision making to be made. But a fighter might actually have some decisions if the weapons were better. That's the kind of I'm less trying to say like one should be like the other, and more like this is a good thing about prepared spells. Weapons could be more similar if we improved them. Yeah. Mega, what you're describing is just adding all these logistics. The logistics would be an emergent property of making weapons more interesting, right? Like, if we made spells much more basic, you wouldn't have, or if everyone was a known caster, then you wouldn't have these sort of gameplay loops with casters either, right? So by making them more interesting, the gameplay loops would be emergent therein. And I mean, depending on how many weapons you have, it's not that many to carry. Like it's not that much of a big hurdle. But I don't know. Maybe that would break the fantasy for some people. I don't particularly care about the fighter looking like they're bristling with weapons all the time. That doesn't particularly break it for me, but I just basically been playing D&D for like 4 years, and I've never gone back to camp for more than 2 days within the game because we're always having to go on somewhere. That's fair. I think I don't even really picture it like going back to camp. When I picture this, I picture more of like the fighter has an armory back in their like fortress, back in the, what does D&D call them? I keep just thinking stronghold or lair or hideout. But D&D 524 introduced something new. Is it what is it? What are they called? Fortresses or strongholds? I can't remember. Whatever. An individual lair of some kind, right? I picture the fighter having all of their weapons in that lair, and then just whenever they go out questing, they pick a subset. So it wouldn't be exactly like preparing spells, right? They do that every long rest. It would more be like the fighter picks a subset to go out on the quest with. Bastion. That's what I was thinking of. I don't see how weapon cantrip thing would streamline the game. It's only cantrips. They're already part of the spell and spell level system. You'd just be moving cantrips from one gameplay system to the other. The streamlining is in general, in D&D, there are free things you can do and resource-based things you can do. And so right now, the marshals use weapons in order to do their free stuff, right? The free stuff is weapons and cantrips, and then the resource-based stuff is class features and spellcasting. So the streamlining would come from combining these two things, right? Combining cantrips into weapons so that you don't have to have those two separate systems for what you can do for free. Because the cantrips aren't really part of the spellcasting system. Like, they sort of are, but only in ways that don't really matter. Like, the cantrips are only really part of the spellcasting system in that they use components, which are not really substantial, and that they use things like casting times, right? I guess those two things, but most casting times are one action, 10 minutes, an hour, or a day, right? Those are like the 3 casting times. Again, I wouldn't call that a particularly substantial component of the spellcasting system. I'd say the most substantial component of the spellcasting system are spell slots and or preparing spells, neither of which cantrips interact with. Cantrips are much more similar already to weapons than they are to other spells, I would claim. And so putting those all into one system could allow that singular system to get much more attention, much more love, and really expand itself and become more interesting, right? So it's not that putting them together would instantly streamline or solve things. It would be that combining them into a single system would then allow that system to be much more comprehensive. We could do a lot more with it without having these fragmentary rules that only apply to certain subsets as much. Yeah. Does it sound like making spreadsheets for which weapon to use to me? I mean, I guess if that's how you view spellcasting right now, then yeah. But I've played Daggerheart, which has more interesting weapons and more interesting choices for weapons. I haven't made a spreadsheet yet, personally. But, yeah. It just relabels it. Like, what is the difference between me having cantrips in my hand or cantrips with the wand? It just limits me to 2 cantrips. If I take the wand and reload it every day with the cantrips I want, that's kind of a buff, but it's also relabeled. Yeah, I'm not worried about, like, I want the relabel so that then we can just look at weapons more cohesively. And they would apply to to marshals and casters simultaneously. That's what I'm looking for. I don't think that the relabel would like instantly really do anything. Yeah. Hey, Fire, you can pick any specialty weapons you want before your quest, so pick the one you want for the next 3 months and 5 levels of progression. Maybe, I guess. I guess it depends on how much you're going to limit what they can carry. But yeah, I guess. Yeah, you pick the ones that you pick, like the couple that you want. Like, let's just use Geralt as an example of what you can carry. Let's say you can carry some bombs, crossbow, 2 swords. Yeah, that's fine. And then when you're actually in combat, you're picking between those ones that you carried with you, any that you find on the road. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's more interesting than what's going on now, yeah. So, yeah. Anyways, let's get back to it.
So just break it. Let's get out of the way and just pop the bar. So you can just pop the bar right off the door.
Do we want to have Keyleth there in case 900 undead zombies start pouring through, which you can wall a stone the door?
Ocean of water.
Yeah.
I'll be with you. Yeah.
You ready to
I'm right behind you, man.
We're all out of the way.
Yeah.
I will try and remove one of the doors. I don't know how to delineate the two.
I'm gonna
The left one.
be ready.
It's a, yeah, it's a sort of-
Should get help.
that one.
Flip the coin.
25.
25. It immediately like comes off the side. And you can see there's just when you lift it, you realize at this point that there's a it's actually bolted to the wall to the side, and it curves upward and holds in place. This is meant to stay in place as you
Wow,
lift it.
really? It was meant to move, and I think I loosened it for you, Grog.
I didn't get that sense at all.
But as you lift it up, the door is now unbarred.
Shall I?
Yeah, open the door.
Let's see what's
Are
behind
the
door number
hinges,
one.
hinges on this side, so it looks like it opens towards me?
It looks like it opens towards you.
Okay, I'll pull open the door.
I'm at the ready for whatever.
Okay. And this was,
Yeah, it's hard to...
Go on the left.
In a circle.
we'll say as you enter the landing, the door on the left. Okay. So, as you pull that one open, immediately preparing yourself, a couple of rocks kind of tumble out, and then it reveals what appears to be just a packed, tight mass of earth and stone.
Shit, let's try the other one.
Cholesterol.
Definitely.
The silent
Should
killer.
I punch the rubble?
No, let's try the other door first.
Okay, I'll make my way around.
Okay. Another
We
strength
set
check.
ourselves up.
Kidding.
Yes. 20 on the dot.
20. It lifts over, not an issue.
Pull.
Pull the door open. You lift it open, and a few rocks do tumble past, but what looks to be a slick, almost rock slide-like incline continues upward, dry, no water, nothing.
A rock slide continues onward. Slick, dry.
How big is the town?
God forbid there be
It's about
2 separate
maybe
routes.
4 feet wide or so.
So we could fit in.
Yeah, you can fit in.
We have some immovable
Like
rods.
in like a
I have one.
And when I say slide, I mean
I have
like
one as well.
like smooth stone, like an actual
Oh.
slide.
Oh.
You get the sense that there was some sort of a
Water.
an aqueduct type scenario.
So we
here.
brace ourselves on the wall to make
The
sure we don't
toilet
slide
down.
down
It used to-
and start.
Yeah.
Whoever's in the back should have the immovable rod, so
I'll
if
go
there's a
with- I'll
sudden
be
rush
right.
of water, we can create a grate for ourselves.
Yeah, good call.
You envision at one point long, long ago, this would have been a beautiful central waterfall in the center of Thamara's chamber that is now dried.
Dope. That's awesome. I mean, creepy as fuck now, but I've got the movable rod. I'll be the caboose.
Okay.
I've got the other one.
You'll be the second.
So I'll be second.
All right, so Grog's the caboose.
Keyleth in front of Grog.
Okay, in front of Grog. All right. Who's in front of them? Scanlan,
Pike.
then Pike. Alrighty.
Myself and the twins, I suppose.
Yeah,
Alright.
I want to be in the front.
I'll go ahead
Tip
and
of the
take the
spear.
immovable rod out and have it in my hand.
Alrighty.
He's in the necklace.
Not a worry. So you got both of those. Oh, before I forget, I totally forgot there was a winner for this. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Oh, hey.
I should do that, huh? Ryan. Ryan Boo, you're the winner.
Yay!
I'll contact you and get you your cherry deck box soon.
Boo.
But I forgot.
Yeah, Bo.
Anyway, so now that's taken care of. You make your way up the slide, and it's relatively gradual. It's not too heavy of a scenario. So you make your way upward, and about 30 or so feet up, the walls of it separate out and appear to break into what looks like 2 smaller chambers. Like this was a breaking point, or a person could enter from either side to check on the flow or do maintenance on whatever the ducting was. The slide continues upward, or looking to the right and left as Vax and Vex, you get to that portion and kind of lift yourself up, looking right to left. It ends on one side, and it looks like there's some dry rotted wooden crates. And to the left looks to be a staircase.
So it's like a landing?
It's a brief landing for somebody who needed to come in and either do repairs, maintenance, or some sort of checking on the flow of water being...
Going up the slide?
Take a
Or
quick glance.
take the stairs?
Quick glance in the crate.
No, you're gonna take a quick glance and we have to bust them open like a proper RPG.
Smash them. Smash them.
They're dry out. They'll break easy.
They will. What do you do?
Check them out. Open them up.
They're all mimics.
I eat some edamame.
All right, so you lift the crates.
Speaking of just putting things in front of players and them feeling as though they need to interact with it, I have a feeling that this is probably quite a lot like the staircases from last stream, where it was just a set of stairs that led up to the bigger chamber, and that was it. There wasn't really a whole lot else going on there. This kind of doubles as a piece of advice of putting things in front of your players. They're going to interact with them if they have the time to do so. And if it is just environmental descriptions, straight line dungeons getting far less value out of any given environmental description than less straight line designs.
Yeah.
There's only 2 of them, and they're relatively small, maybe like 2 feet by 2 feet. The first one, you open up and look inside, and there are rusted tools, like long iron bars, some like forked. There are a couple that look to be almost wrench-like. It looks like whatever mechanism was used as the early aqueduct system for this, this box contained materials that you're uncertain as to what their application was to this system.
I'll take a glance at these things just to sort of memorize their general shape.
Okay.
After you're done with them, I'll actually take them.
All right, fine.
Okay, I was going to just move on from the weapons conversation, but there's something that got brought up in chat that I do want to identify. Of like, if it's like options, but it depends on an ability, then it's not really an option because picking anything less than optimal is very hard for me. I totally get that. Like, I was saying that I like Daggerheart's weapon system more. It's not just because of like what it currently has. Like, I still do like it more than 5e's just based on what it currently has. But that's not like the main reason that I like it. I like it because it is unified and more extensible. So I can look at it as a GM and very easily make a new weapon for any class, right? I don't have to understand separate balancing rules for cantrips as opposed to weapons. And the entire system can be more interesting and robust. You can have presence weapons. You can have knowledge weapons, right? In a situation where maybe I am playing like an off-optimal build, like I love a good strength-based rogue, I have weapons that I can utilize in that case. I have all the strength weapons. And as we get into higher levels, the options for casters and marshals get upgraded kind of at the same rate. Also, the higher tiers of play just have a lot more options than the lower tiers. The lower tiers are very, very basic. But as opposed to a system like 5e where you have either basic weapons or magic items that are their own class of thing and include magic weapons, magic armor, magic artifacts, etc., you just have a progression of weapons that get more and more interesting as you level up for both casters and for marshals. So that it is a more unified system. It's easier to build out as a GM, and it applies to everyone across the board. So if they did have an update like Xanathar's, or Tasha's, like the equivalent of that, if they had a big Daggerheart update, they could do a lot more with the weapons and have it be cross-class, have it affect every class, because every class uses the same system. That's my big focus with this, is that the system is across the classes. That's the big thing. Yeah. And then the offhand weapons are, I think, a much more interesting, and they're a good example of something that you can do with a weapon system, I think, more easily when it is unified, right? You can have every class get access to these secondary weapons, right? Yeah. I also consistently rolled with fear like 80% of the time. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah. Draw Steel deals with these issues by having kits. Basically, you have like a paladin kit that assumes you have weapons, armors, and tools that would be relevant. You can then flavor for free. I think that is definitely an option to go down in addressing this. It's similar to what 1D&D before it came out as 5.5 wanted to do for Wild Shape. Like Druids' Wild Shape is just have like a generic stat block that you could then flavor however you wanted. I'm not a huge fan of that personally. I'm not the biggest into just like abstract or generic stat blocks that then can get flavored down. I think it's totally acceptable. But if it is going to be like that, I want a lot of customization options, which I find are often lacking in those sorts of systems. So I'm not like against it wholesale, but generic stat block that you then just flavor doesn't appeal to me unless I can flavor it with some mechanical consequences, right? So like one of my, I like, say, the Warlock invocations, right? We can say that invocations are a genericization of the pact contract, right? But you can flavor that by picking the different invocations and they have mechanical consequences. So if there was like a paladin kit that you could then customize in certain ways, that would be more interesting to me than just a generic stat block that you then just straight up flavor. But everything else I've heard about Draw Steel has been pretty distinctly positive, so this is not me writing off Draw Steel. Maybe just that very specific aspect of it. Yeah. The general kits have different mechanical cogs, whatever you flavor on top of it. Oh, okay. I like mechanical cogs. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Let's see. I wish weapons had effects that made them more useful in ways they were historically, like hammers or daggers versus heavy armor, swords and spears versus light armor. Yeah, me too. I mean, I just wish that the weapons, all of this is rooted in me just wishing that weapons were more interesting. The whole cantrip discussion was purely because I don't think we're going to get a more interesting weapons system if spellcasting continues to be so separate, at least in its free resources. I think that's like the entire reason I'm even looking at cantrips in the first place is like, I just don't think the developers will put in the time to make an interesting weapon system. I think it'd be dope if they did, but I think the most we can probably talk about, or we can probably hope for, is what 5.5 gave us, which I think was overall very underwhelming. I've been playing with weapon masteries in my current game since 5.5 came out. So whenever that was, like a year and a half-ish. And they are so underwhelming. they so don't matter. They feel like, I don't know, like a slightly more consistent version of like of fighter like battle master maneuvers. Like, I guess you can use them more often. But they so often just have no impact on what is going on. Like, one of my the fighter that I have in my campaign has a topple on one of his weapons, I think it is. I don't remember which weapon it is. But it is like, yeah, like sometimes it goes off and the target's prone, and sometimes it doesn't. And then it's just a normal weapon. Like, it's just a weapon like it always was. Like, I don't know. That's just not very interesting to me. So that's the really core of what I'm looking at here is like, how can we make weapons better? I think just like you could just make them better, but I don't foresee that happening, unfortunately.
Okay, you got a few. There's 5 rods, varying widths. Some of them appear to be almost like ratchet elements, where they fit around different like metal caps. There's one that looks to be almost just like a wide crowbar, something that's used to hold or wedge elements separately. Very basic, nothing too intricate, nothing that catches your
This
attention.
is some basic shit that you're picking.
That was the first crate. What's the next crate? Is it whoopee cushions or?
No, the next crate you open up and it looks mostly empty, but it looks like there are what looks to be a couple of rows of small glass vials, half of which appear to have been broken or some sort of impact causing them to shatter. But there are 3 remaining with a very, very faint kind of bluish liquid on the inside.
Does that sound familiar to us at all?
Yeah,
Same
healing.
color as the crystal.
Healing
right?
potions are blue.
No, healing potions are red.
These don't resemble healing potions, actually.
Do these resemble underwater breathing?
They do.
Aha.
Ding ding.
Pussy.
For toilet diving. Yeah.
Emergency. Let's
Yeah.
let's take those.
Okay, I got 'em.
I give one. I
Good.
give one of them to Percy for being so sharp.
Thank you.
I give one to my sister. You don't need it. I keep one. No, I don't. I'm barely alive. I give one to Scanlan
I give it to Grog.
because there were 3.
I got one.
Give it to Pike,
I've got 2 actually.
3, right?
There are 3.
All
Three
right,
that
I'll
are
keep
broken.
it.
Yeah, keep it, Scanlan.
just in case.
I've got 2 vials of underwater.
Wow.
Alrighty.
I mean, that's a very grounded place to have potions of underwater breathing. If it's like this aqueduct fountain system, like that's a cool grounded way to give the players a very specific type of potion. I like that. I think my only I think the reason that I'm not more like unabashedly positive on it is because it feels very like I'm the DM giving you these potions. Like the grounding doesn't totally justify it to me. It doesn't get all the way there in justifying it. I think mostly because of the straight line nature of what this dungeon has been. Like everything comes one after the other, and because everything is so isolated from each other, it feels like, okay, we're going one thing after another. If there is anything in this area, I, the GM, purposefully put it there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's very tough for me to explain, like why I feel like a little bit conflicted about this, because it makes sense in the world that there would be a little landing here with little preparations or whatever, like for a mechanic on this system, I suppose you could say. But the landing being there at all, because the path is so tight, because there's like one route that they're going on, everything placed on that route feels like the GM is purposefully placing it there, right? Because there's nothing you can miss, nothing feels optional, right? It doesn't feel like, how do I say it? Yeah, nothing feels optional. Everything on the straight line path feels like the GM, I think this is it. The GM, it feels like the GM knows, and I know as the player that the GM knows that I will run into this. Because we're on a straight line. Because we're on a straight line, the GM guaranteed knows that we'll run into this. So anything that we run into feels more like the GM is just giving it to you. Especially if there is no challenge towards getting it, right? All they had to do was choose to search these crates, right? That's the only way they could have missed something here, is if they actively chose not to look into it. And, you know, if there was a big time pressure, maybe that would work. But they clearly are not respecting the time pressure. So it results, I think, in everything feeling like Matt is just directly handing it to them. Like, I'm like, oh, that's nice of Matt to just give them this. If this landing or this control room was like in a side room that had an extra layer of barricading or had like some extra rocks that they had to dig through, and it was truly optional, and they did have to spend some actual effort getting to it and it wasn't just on their way, I think that would feel much more interesting. It's like, oh, you're being rewarded for being comprehensive, right? For looking everywhere you can, you're finding additional things. Whereas if you had just taken the fastest path, you wouldn't have found this, right? I think that makes it feel more rewarding than just placing it on their path and calling it a day. My favorite way to give health potions is in a crate just outside of an ornate set of doors. Yeah, it's similar to that. It's like, oh, it feels very placed by the DM. I can feel the hand of the DM in the placement. And that's, I think, a bit of a problem. But
So,
Why is there no water running?
Any other boxes to smash?
I imagine it's because he is vertical now instead of horizontal.
And undead.
All of the water
Let's
is
keep
coming
going. Up the
out
stairs.
of the
You
bag.
don't keep going, but
Up the stairs.
This is worth thinking about. All right.
all right, heading up the stairs, same order.
30 to 40 feet in advance.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So 30 to 40 feet in advance?
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way up
Stealth
the staircase. Roll stealth.
The movable rod's out.
Great. 28
Okay.
for stealth.
All right. You stealthing as well? Or are you going along with him? Or are you letting him go ahead?
I am
He's coming.
natural
20!
All right. So the two of you very quietly make your way ahead. The rest of you keeping up within, I assume, the range of the ring.
Yep.
very much.
The staircase doesn't go too far. It goes up maybe 30 or so feet, and then it opens up into a hallway. You're basically stepping up through the floor, and there's about 10 feet on each side behind and the sides of you. There's a slight element of a cave-in to the immediate left of you, where part of the stone seems to have collapsed, and a bit of the earth is kind of filtered in. And it's a smooth stone floor that's tiled in places. The walls continue on, same kind of somewhat trapezoid-like angle. And there are other portions of the wall that have kind of caved in on certain elements, and there's a pillar, two large pillars that mark the center of this hallway. Just either used as support beams or decorative, but they go from ceiling to floor. You glance over the side, and you see looks to be a distant staircase in the far end of this hallway, maybe 80, 90 feet from where you are, if not further, with larger stairs. You've seen some of the more dwarven-based ones. These ones seem to be a little wider, a little more grandiose as they lift up higher and higher. But part of that hallway is completely collapsed. It's just a wall of fallen earth, but there is a hole carved out of it. Like there's just like a tunnel that has been pushed through. And you hear this very, very faint kind of buzzing sound. Very, very faint. This kind of like...
Yes,
just
exactly what I was thinking.
Undead Umber Hulk, maybe not.
Umber Hulks or
like a very faint, like very faint vibration. You also see what appears to be a figure stepping from a side wall, like a crevasse, like an opening, similar shape to that kind of that circular opening in the wall.
I'm gonna hide.
Well, yeah, we're stealth.
You guys are stealth.
Yeah.
So you
We're good.
you re-hide while stealth.
Great. That's what I do.
You hear some muttering across the way in the shadow.
wait, am I understanding this correctly? Did assumingly they were climbing up a set of, or not a set of stairs, a ramp that channeled water down into this fountain. And then the end of it is just like a grand entry hall. Am I understanding correctly? Like what's happening right now? Let me see. 25914. I'm going to re-listen to that description. I feel like I must have missed something. Okay. They're stealthing. Okay, there's no...
I've got 2 vials.
There's no...
Wow.
Yeah, 2 vials of water
Alright.
breathing.
So
Why is there no water running?
Because it's old, Percy. Come on.
Any other boxes to smash?
I imagine it's because he is vertical now instead of horizontal.
And undead.
He was vertical before.
All of the water
Let's
is
keep
coming
going. Up the
out of the
stairs.
bag.
You don't keep going, but
Up the stairs.
This is worth thinking about. All right.
all right, heading up the stairs, same order.
30 to 40 feet in advance.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So 30 to 40 feet in advance.
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way up
Stealth
the staircase. Roll stealth.
The movable rod's out.
Great. 28
Okay.
for stealth.
All right. You stealthing as well? Or are you going along with him? Or are you letting him go ahead?
I am
He's coming.
natural
20!
All right. So the two of you very quietly make your way ahead. The rest of you keeping up within, I assume, the range of the ring.
Yep.
very much.
The staircase doesn't go too far. It goes up maybe 30 or so feet, and then it opens up into a hallway. You're basically stepping up through the floor, and there's about 10 feet on each side behind and the sides of you. There's a slight element of a cave-in to the meat left of you, where part of the stone seems to have collapsed, and a bit of the earth is kind of filtered in. And it's a smooth stone floor that's tiled in places. The wall.
I guess the water is just coming from somewhere else, because we went from... Matt was very much like, this is not an actual staircase, it's a ramp. And then we got to the landing that was for, like, repair workers, I guess. And now we're on actual stairs. So I assume that the water must be coming from, like, a hole in the wall on the landing. And we just didn't... And I either missed it or it just wasn't narrated. And now we're walking upstairs. We're not on the water ramp anymore, I think.
Continue on, same kind of somewhat trapezoid-like angle. And there are other portions of the wall that have kind of caved in on certain elements, and there's a pillar, 2 large pillars that mark the center of this hallway. Just either used as support beams or decorative, but they go from ceiling to floor. You glance over the side, and you see looks to be a distant staircase in the far end of this hallway, maybe 80, 90 feet from where you are, if not further, with larger stairs. You've seen some of the more dwarven-based ones. These ones seem to be a little wider, a little more grandiose as they lift up higher and higher. But part of that hallway is completely collapsed. It's just a wall of fallen earth, but there is a hole carved out of it. Like there's just like a tunnel.
Okay.
Like very full.
I didn't.
Well,
Yeah, I thought I missed something. I guess I didn't.
That's what I do.
You hear some muttering across the way in the shadow. There's a very faint source of light, looks like a glowing kind of orb that is just kind of floating in the air above, giving this faint kind of greenish white light, like just a bauble that's giving some sort of a light source to whatever this cloaked figure is. You hear the muttering, and 2 more walk down the staircase to join them. You recognize from the faint bit of light a glimmer of metal around the neck of one of them. That is the symbol, this hole with the metallic fork. You see remnants of Vecna.
Wait, just remnants.
Remnants of just
You don't see any faces. You just see like a quick glimmer of like the shine of the metal and the light that casts from the bauble.
what?
What? They're just.
This can't be happening right now.
We don't recognize faces. We don't see faces.
You just see hooded figures that are walking. There's 3 of them.
Let's
They're
go.
just soldiers.
Let's go.
Oh, they're like cult members.
Oh God.
Okay.
I think Vox forgot that the cultists are called remnants.
Yes.
All right. So which ones are you aiming at? There's 3 of them.
I'm aiming at the first one I saw.
Okay. The first one you saw, you stepped out of the center of the hall there, and then on the 2 other that walked down the hallway. So you're aiming at the one that
Wait.
came out of the side of the wall.
Has he seen the 2 coming down the stairway yet?
There's been discussion like over the shoulder. They seem to be aware of each other's presence, but they haven't come together to engage as 3 in the same area yet.
I will follow my sister's lead, and if she attacks one, I send 1 to another one and 2 to the third.
Okay.
So if she
I'll
does,
attack the first so he can take the second.
then 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
And 2 arrows for your girl.
Yeah, these are auto crits though because
because they don't.
we're
know it.
surprising them.
This is true.
It's true.
I've been keeping a small eye on the Daggerheart conversation in chat, and I don't have enough experience, especially GMing, to comment too much on it. I can only say what I have personally felt playing it. I haven't felt too limited, but I do get what people are saying. But the biggest thing I just saw, maybe they need to communicate it better. Dude, I think Daggerheart's a really cool system. I think there's a lot of really cool shit and like design in it. But there are multiple points in that rule book where the communication of it frustrates me to no end. I talked about it a little bit during the Age of Umbra series, where there was a moment that Matt did something that is technically like allowed within the rule book, but is crazy. Like interpreting what the rule book says in the way that he did was insane to me. And I think the communication in that book could use quite a lot of work. I'd really like to see a revised version at some point with some erratas, because there's quite a bit of that I haven't been a super huge fan of. But that said, yeah, this like, just like all of a sudden the cultists just being here, and they, I don't know, I'm trying to think of how to say it. The disconnection of all of the rooms just makes me forget what was happening, and that's not even like a bad thing in isolation, but it really feels like, how do I say it just feels like Matt's leaving so much on the table. I talked about this a lot last stream, so I won't rehash it too much, but the nature of this design means that every new description has to pull its own weight. You never get a feeling of any individual scene being more than the sum of its parts, right? I think that's like something I didn't even really realize I thought about in a dungeon, is like when you design a dungeon and when you design it to all work together and to all be cohesive and structured in a way where something feeds into another thing and they all, like I said, work together, you create an environment and a series of encounters that become more than the sum of their parts. And that's, to some extent, that's in the figurative sense. That's like you get more value out of any individual description, but you also just need less description. You need less time taken as the GM clarifying things and describing new things, right? There is just literally less time where the players are having to intake new information, and there's more time of them just living in the world, right? Like, I don't know. It's very strange. At this point, it feels like it almost must be purposeful. Like, I don't know how you accidentally design something that is such a straight line. Like, it feels like it must be on purpose. And so I'm trying to think about, like, what are the benefits? Like, I think Matt's a smart guy. I think he designs well, generally. But all of his dungeons are always straight lines. And it feels like it can't be accidental. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it just is. He's just like not thinking about it, about doing like alternative designs. But I can only imagine that he designs them this way so that they go faster, or they're just less complex. Like they're easier to balance and to like, because I mean, to his credit, the 3 dungeons I can really think of, the Underdark, the Lair on Viscon, and the Primordial Titan, they have all led up to very deadly fights. So Viscon led up to, I can't remember her name. Not Rhymefang. What the fuck? Raishan. That led up to Raishan. The Underdark led up to Kavarn. And this is leading up to the boss of all bosses, Vecna. So I guess to give Matt credit, if you design the dungeon as a straight line, you do know with pretty unflinching certainty exactly what they will run into and exactly in what order they will run into it, which could help in terms of balancing, especially if you want to use any unique enemies like the zombie trolls from earlier, which I thought the zombie trolls were super cool. So I guess, I don't know. My guess is because his players have proven the need straight line dungeons. Maybe. I mean, it's difficult because we've never really seen them in a dungeon that isn't a straight line. The only one I can really think of, and I guess this is a dungeon, is the Emberhold within the Underdark. That was kind of a dungeon within a dungeon. And they handled the Emberhold pretty well. honestly. Like, the Emerald was a weird design. It wasn't a straight line. It had its own weird things about it. But they handled that all right. Like, I feel like they got through it pretty streamlined, pretty quick. They found Kima really fast. And then they wanted to just leave. And Kima had to encourage them to go the rest of the way. So I don't unless it was before the stream, right? There's obviously they played a lot before stream. Maybe there was an aspect of he tried more open-ended dungeons more often. And, potentially they might have even directly expressed it to him. But man, it is so strange. It's so strange. I don't know. Yeah.
All right, so let's go ahead
Can
and roll.
I hunter's mark him?
Hunter's mark the okay.
When you're about to kill?
Yes, okay.
In one
You can
shot.
hunter's mark him.
Okay, and there you go. Okay.
All right.
Oh, so we don't have to roll for attack. It's just an auto crit.
Well, no, you
Gotta
still have
roll
to
an
roll to
advantage.
see if you aim. You have advantage on the attack.
First guy.
27.
27 on my first.
Wow.
Okay, both hit.
Second attack. Oh my god. 20.
Kill him.
20 on the second attack.
That hits.
Okay. I got a 1 on both. Thank god they were both at advantage. I know.
Okay.
27, 19, 25.
Okay. All three.
And they're all critical?
They're all
No,
critical,
the
but
first one's
is. Oh, really? Okay. So the
They're
first
not-
is sneak attack.
They're not all crit. Once you hit the person, they're no longer surprised.
Okay,
my
so the
world.
first one is a crit.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Solid. That's okay.
Oh, yeah, that's so bad.
That is not true. Like, I get it. That kind of makes intuitive sense a little bit, but they're definitely still surprised. Whether we're talking about surprise rounds from earlier editions or 5e's surprise condition, that goes away on their turn. They're absolutely still surprised. So,
For you.
Yeah. You are the most powerful person at this table.
Oh, yeah.
14 plus 6 lightning damage. Oh, wait. You know what? I'm just going to say, should I single out the lightning damage or just say what all the damage is?
Well, it's not a crit. Lightning damage is doubled as well,
So it's 12 lightning damage.
right? Plus whatever your sneak
Plus
attack
whatever
is
my. Okay.
doubled.
Okay.
Yeah, that's happening.
You already did 40 points of damage. You built up there, sorry.
See number.
Don't do that.
Travis, shut up.
Jesus.
These two are gigantic damage
They're
rolls.
huge. Just
They're huge, giant dice.
mammoth.
Huge, just bulbous.
Turgid.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd already rolled that, but it was a 16.
Just
So 40
shiny.
plus 12 lightning damage
Okay.
on the first.
52 points. Alrighty.
Plunging,
And then
I got 48 on my first.
gleaming. Yeah,
But that's it. 48 done.
Mm-hmm.
The next one I got 12.
I didn't do Hunter's
plus-
Mark damage on that first guy.
This is on the other guy, the second guy.
Dropping rolls.
Add 10 because of Hunter's Mark on that first one.
Oh.
A little bit of that reach around.
smell. Dice just smell a little bit.
48, 2010.
Wait, so 48 on your critical.
That's the critical.
Yeah, okay.
That's the dice damage. I rolled really low.
20, 10. Okay, then. Alrighty.
Circumcised.
And are you shooting the same guy, Dora?
Yes.
You were all on one, yeah?
I was all on one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so unless he went down. Would I notice? Or would
No,
I just
he did not go down.
Okay, then the second one, yeah.
He's very impregnable.
10, 15,
I love that we're laughing. It's probably like the death.
21 on the second one.
Right? Okay. That does it.
How much damage? Total?
I don't know.
Total on that round from you would have been, it was 110 with the first hit between the two of you. On the first guy and the second hit. So the one that was off to the side, who was kind of leaning forward, hunched over and looking over his shoulder, the first arrow was into the throat, and he kind of reaches forward, and as it does, the dagger into the face, into the socket where there's no eye, which then looks up at the glow. The finger goes out as soon as the second arrow takes the other eye out, and they fall back
Finger
on the
goes
ground.
out? Oh, God.
Pointing in your direction, like, okay. As soon as the two other daggers into the other two, you watch. They both see the one crumble on the ground. The two left there, the guy standing at the stairs.
May I also dump some poison?
Sure. Into which one?
Into the first one. I did one into my first target, and 2 into the second. The poison would have gone to the second person. It's a DC of 15.
Alrighty. That is a DC 15. Yeah, that is. It's 16.
16. So nothing, right?
Nothing, yeah.
Okay. Balls.
That's okay. All right. So yeah.
what is an open-ended dungeon to me? I mean, maybe that's not even the right word. I'm just talking about a dungeon that is not a straight line. So when I say open-ended, I guess I just mean a dungeon with some amount of choice in how you navigate it. So like this, and to ground it more in the example of what we're looking at here, right? This dungeon, they entered at the bottom. No, not like, I mean, multiple exits are nice, but not necessary. Like this dungeon so far has had one actual fork in it. So right at the very beginning, when they fought the Mud Mephits, it forked into the tomb of the dead king, and then it went into the canyon, the little canyon city, then into the lake, then above the lake, I believe, was the mirror trap room. Through the mirror trap room was, I believe, just the city, and the city was probably the most interesting part, but there was no actual reason to go anywhere in the city besides up. Now, they did get diverted, so I will give it this. It had one diversion, which I will call the Colosseum, and it had a potential secondary sorry, the Colosseum ended up being the temple. So there were like two named things in that city, which was the temple and the Colosseum, but I think they ended up being the same thing. So the Colosseum, which they did go to, but they didn't have to. So then there was this domed area above. Through the domed area, there was a landing. Through the landing, they are now in this room with the what do you call it? The remnants, the pillars. So like, I would never make a dungeon that looks like this. What I mean by an open-ended dungeon is just one that looks less like a straight line, right? Even if it has a central exit and entrance, even if it has a central entrance and exit, it just has more branching paths. And the branching paths don't necessarily need to, like, fully wrap around. There just needs to be more choice in how you navigate said dungeon. When we first talked about the Underdark, I talked a lot about like the loops of it. And even the Underdark had a little bit more optionality than this, right? Like this is more like a dungeon that I would create. And then I guess we'll say that that's the exit, right? In this case, there's only one entrance and one exit, but it is much more open-ended in how you choose to explore it, right? Which can be tough. Like there can be some downsides there in terms of balancing. You have to balance it as an entire cohesive dungeon. You can't balance it like one encounter at a time. But there's just a lot of downsides to running it or to designing it like this. Mostly in terms of like wasted time, both in terms of like more descriptions for environments that you need. You just need a raw amount more per room. And then additional clarifications. Because every new area is always new information, you can never reuse old information. You can never have interactions between two disparate points. It is a lot of extra clarification needed. It's a lot of new information for the players, a lot of opportunities for confusion. And it doesn't feel nearly as cohesive, I would say. Like, the rooms do not feel nearly as connected. And I don't really blame Matt for that. Like, you can make a straight line dungeon feel cohesive. You can make it feel like all of the rooms are connected and like they have a reason to be in the order that they are in and that they have a reason to not have these branches. Matt's, I would say crutch this dungeon has been that any alternative path has like a rock slide in front of it, right? This place is tumbling down around them. It was built by dwarves. It was not built to walk. So the structures are all falling down. Super reasonable. But it also means that you still need to put effort into making them feel like they have that connective tissue. Like there's a reason that one comes after the other consistently. And that's a lot of work. Like that's a lot of work. There are not very many real life structures that are designed like this because it's incredibly inefficient. And so you can't rely on a lot of like instinctual rationale about how like real life buildings or areas are designed or built. So you have to do a bunch of novel connections, right? You have to do a lot of that. You have to do, again, more than you have to do over here. And you have to do them really consistently. Like you have to do them constantly. And so it's just hard. Like I don't blame Matt for not putting in that effort to make all of them feel super connected because it would be a lot. Like even if you had the same amount of rooms over here as you do over here, I haven't counted. I don't know if there is. You would have to do far more work to make this dungeon feel cohesive. It's just more prep time that you have to put into it. And like creative prep time, not just like prep time that you just do by rote. It is like prep time where you have to be actively creative about like why this dungeon is arranged in the way it is. And if you're limited on your prep time, which every GM is, at least to varying degrees, that is going to fall by the wayside. I think kind of inevitably. So this is what I mean by more open-ended, right? I mean, open-ended might have been the wrong term for it. It's just a dungeon that is just less of a straight line. Now, separately from that, I am also a huge proponent of dungeons having multiple entrances and exits. I am a massive proponent of that. I think it makes most dungeons better, just flat out. So like, you know, having 3 different entrances that lead to 3 distinct areas. Each one has its own specific flavor and challenges, what have you. I think a singular exit is more okay, although I do like to have multiple exits if I can swing it. But I think having multiple entrances is a little bit more important than having multiple exits. But even without that, just more, I don't know, dynamic navigation, I suppose, within the dungeon is really, I think would be better. The only downside to it, I think, is you have to view the dungeon as an entire unit of balance, and you have to think about all of the potential different routes they could take and make sure that they don't get themselves in deep shit on accident. I think that's like really the only downside, and I don't even really view it as that much of a downside, if I'm being honest. I think that's only slightly more difficult than just balancing a series of encounters. Like, knowing the ordering of encounters, at least for me, is much less, or isn't nearly as helpful as knowing what encounters will happen between rests. And you can still have dungeons that have like very obvious like choke points. So let's say that the dungeon was actually designed more like this. So that's not the exit anymore. We go on to like another series of rooms over here. And then go down to that and then over to there maybe. I don't know. Say you have something like this. This is a pretty easy way to separate the dungeon via long rest. You have like one choke point, and then you say, okay, I'm going to balance this first half of the dungeon to drain the resources or be as challenging as about one long rest's worth of challenge. And then you have a very safe bottleneck right here that they can easily rest in. And then you balance the second half of the dungeon with the fact that they will have rested in mind. Like, there are still ways to do it if you're nervous about it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like Zelda dungeons where they loop back on themselves with new information or items. Yeah, we can call it like Metroidvania style. But even more like, even just having like more optionality, like having more optional areas within the dungeon, I think is also important for making it feel grounded, and it allows you to pack in more content without having to take as much time talking as the GM. I think that's one of the really big aspects of it. Yeah. IMO, there's a difference without a distinction. Both dungeons have a start and end. Players will explore each room of both. The result is the same. I could not disagree more. I couldn't disagree more. I don't think, I mean, like, at least in the dungeons I run, my players don't explore every room. Sometimes they either can't, or they are just not, like, that. It's just not feasible. Right? Even if they theoretically could, they don't, because they either have timer, resources that they don't want to spend, whatever. And I'm still going to claim that this is absolutely not a distinction without a difference. Let's say that you're in this sort of dungeon and you want to have a locked door right here. That means that the key to the locked door has to be somewhere before this. And if they didn't get it along the way, they will now have to backtrack through rooms that they've already been in. And that backtracking inevitably takes longer. It also means that it's much harder to have roaming enemies. It's much harder to have respawning enemies. It's harder to have difficult paths. Like, if I make this path difficult, right, they're only going to backtrack towards it if I very specifically make it so that they have to, right? I have a lot more optionality in how I build this, right? If I make this guy a challenging path, if I make this, let's be a little bit hyperbolic. Let's say it's a tightrope over lava, right? They're either going to have to take a risk or they're going to spend resources to get over that, but they're also not going to be able to just get rid of the lava. So they can either just brave that path, we'll maybe call it a shortcut, or they can go the longer path. This actually gets into one of my like core dungeon design philosophies of always having 3 paths generally through a dungeon. You have the straightforward but difficult path, we'll call that SD. You have the shortcut path where they have to be clever or they have to have a very specific resource to bypass it. Or you have the risky path. The risky path is as short as the shortcut path, but you don't need anything in particular to overcome it. You just have to take a big risk. And then you have a much longer path that will drain more of their resources, but is much more straightforward in how you overcome it, right? And all of these paths all lead to the same destination at the end. And this sort of structure is literally impossible in a straight line. You cannot have multiple options for how you get through the dungeon in a straight line, right? If we were to even look at the straight line and we were to say, okay, well, we'll add in a shortcut that is like a different option, you've now made it less of a straight line, right? Every time you add in a new option, then you make it less and less of a straight line. The straight line forces the players to do one thing. They are going to progress through the dungeon exactly how you want them to. It's very railroaded, right? And if you want to take a maybe less railroaded approach, you have to have various paths. Now, you can have a less railroaded approach on a room-by-room basis, right? You can have it to where maybe the challenge in a particular room has multiple options for how to get through it, certainly. but you're not going to have any optionality in how they progress through the dungeon as a whole. And that's what I mean, that's one of the things I really love about dungeons, is the ability for them to explore the environment and progress through it as they see fit. I would even say, I was talking about this bottleneck earlier, as an option for if you're really struggling to balance an entire dungeon. I personally don't really love bottlenecks. Like, I don't use them a whole lot because I don't struggle to balance dungeons, frankly. But if you were, it's an option. It just makes the thing more railroaded. The more you make it look like a straight line, the more railroaded the entire thing is. And I am using that term relatively specifically. I try to avoid terms with a lot of like loaded meaning when I'm doing analysis. But in this case, I think it's railroaded, and in all of the negative connotative ways that is used. So, yeah, I don't know. So all that is to say, I definitely do not think they are the same. Having it be not a straight line allows you to present different types of challenges to your players and allow them to choose which challenge they would like to do. If they want to go a more social route, maybe they take the path that has potentially hostile adversaries, but maybe they think they can talk them down. If they are more, confident in their exploration skills, maybe they take the more risky path that has gas and lava and all of these terrain hazards, right? Maybe they're more confident in that set. Maybe there's a big-ass door that the rogue gets very lucky and lockpicks with like a natural 20, and you're able to take that shortcut because they had the specific expertise, the specific tools to overcome that specific challenge, and they get to skip the much harder things because they had that specific tool. Or you can make it to where they have to be exceptionally clever to take the shortcut. You reward their creativity by allowing them to skip the much more challenging portions because they were creative. Yeah. So that's I would say they are not a distinction without a difference, at least in my opinion. Yeah. I would love some kind of mega dungeon that slowly unlocks shortcuts, Dark Souls style. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you want to build a mega dungeon, I think the best way to build a mega dungeon is to take inspiration from Metroidvania design. So where you go to one area and you unlock either an ability or an item or whatever it is that now allows you to progress to a different area that you passed earlier. Right. And you can make that more or less challenging. You can make it more or less obvious how that new ability or item or what have you applies to the rest of the dungeon. You can leave it to them to figure out, or you can make it incredibly obvious if you don't want to rely on their creativity too much. Yeah. I do think giving players choices is valuable on its own. Yeah. And I mean, you don't have to go too crazy with it. That's why my default is those three options. That's always my default. And then I might go more or less depending on the dungeon. But I do think that there is just like a value in that by itself. Yeah, I agree. Maybe you have to make a dungeon design guidebook, write it, sell it, profit. I do really want to compile some of these into scripted videos, at least like my thoughts. And then maybe, paperback would be fun. I've never tried to write a book before. It wouldn't be very good. But I'm also trying to not have that hold me back from doing things. I think I've become a little bit too comfortable with only doing things that I have like experience in and I feel confident about. So maybe I should try to write that just for the experience doing so and being kind of bad at it. That could be that. I mean, that's valuable in and of itself. Yeah.
As soon as the one crumples to the ground and the two other daggers, and the other two that are there, they kind of, you see the one fall. The one in the center of the chamber glances over the shoulder and says, "Oh, it seems I'm the lucky one. Odell, run back and tell that Vizkorod found sneaky prey." And the one immediately to the left begins to running
Can I
up
shoot him
the
again
stairs.
before he runs away?
Nope, because you did your turn. So the reaction, I'm going to bring out...
Grr.
Oh shit!
No!
Initiative.
We're about to roll
You know what?
initiative,
We did it.
motherfuckers.
Sorry, guys. We did it.
Absolutely.
John, is that We've heard the
That's
name
one of my
Viscon.
goals
We've
for
also
this
heard the name
year is to
Odell.
just
Yeah.
do more shit I'm bad at.
Odell, comma, tell Viscon we have like visitors.
with knives made of glass.
Wait, when did
boy.
we hear Odell before?
I just know we've heard it.
Should we have Viscon buddies?
There's been 3 Jamesons in our campaign too.
Not every name you hear.
He's in an infinite
necessarily.
font of names.
Everything is
Everyone else is
important
still down the stairs right there.
I wonder if we should have let them talk for a second.
Oh well, that's not our way.
Apparently not.
They did for
As
1
recent episodes have
second.
shown. All right.
Wow, that was some shade.
So now, I need everyone to roll initiative.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes. Yes, queen.
Don't fuck me, go.
No.
Ugh, not good.
Excellent.
Going further up for the
No, it's okay. I got
combat.
advantage.
You roll for Pike?
Don't
No,
let them leave. I agree with that.
You can leave one alive, but don't let them leave.
Not good for Pike.
Nope.
Mine is terrible.
Alrighty.
Did everyone roll shitty?
So, 25 to 20.
23.
21.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Got that long range. Hit that runner.
20 to 15.
18.
15.
Alrighty.
What's up, bro? What's up?
Not fast.
Girl.
Lions.
13.
All right.
Motherfucker.
That's weird for you.
Almost as low as I can go.
13 for Pike. Oh, no, it's Vax. What's Pike?
I caught you.
No one knows what that
Pike
looks
is Pike. Clock name is Pike.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh man, depending on how big this combat is, shit, it might be most of the rest of the session. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, grab some water, and then we will settle in for the combat. Let me see. Oh, I don't have it to where it automatically starts the music anymore. Or do I? Wait, I actually think I do. Okay, we'll test it. I'll see you in a second. Is that working? I think you can still hear me, right? I think that's working. What's up? I'm back. Could you guys hear me talking during that? Or could you just hear the music? Question. I could just do a private stream to test this. I am realizing right now as I say it. When I set it up, I was like, gotta test it on stream. That's the only option. And I'm now realizing that I didn't need to do that. At the beginning you were talking? Okay, sick. After that I left. Cool. Sounds good. I heard you asking if the music works. Awesome. Okay, sick. That is exactly what I wanted. Good. It's working. Okay. Let's do the combat.
Like, yeah, where's the remix of this song?
I know.
Right now.
Alrighty. So, beginning of the round, Vex, you're up first.
Get it.
Okay.
Get it.
I'm gonna cast Grasping Vine. Like around here, so we can lash up and try to catch that wizard that's running away, the cloak guy that's running away.
Okay, what's the roll for that?
He has to roll a dexterity save above 15.
15.
Keep wanting to watch it on
That's not good.
Is this guy leaving?
That is an 8. That is he's running up the stairs.
So it snatches his ankle
And then drags him.
backwards,
Yes.
and then I'm gonna shoot him
Alright, go for it.
twice.
Maybe not the one in the
Not that one.
No, that one looks like he knows too much.
Yeah, that's a, what is that?
High.
32.
Yeah.
32. That hits. Ooh, pardon. Good roll damage.
Good roll.
Thank you. 14. 14 plus 4 lightning damage. I don't get sneak attack on this guy, though.
No, you're not hitting.
So 14 plus 4 lightning damage.
Okay, so 18.
And then I'm gonna hit him again.
Alrighty.
And that is also a 32. No, that's a, well, it's very high. 27, 28, 28.
28. Alright, that hits. Roll damage. Grog, you're up next.
Yep.
You're in the back of the marching order?
No, we're not up at the top.
No. So you got at least 25, 30 feet before you can get to the top there.
12 plus 6 lightning damage.
Let's just say that. Oh, nice. Alright. 36 points of damage in one round of him.
I like the little variety in the stairs right here of like there's more stair up here than there is down there. There's a little area off to the side. There's these pillars. I think Matt's gotten better at just like default arena design. In general, I think he's gotten substantially better across the campaign. Like it's nothing crazy, you know, but it's more full than a lot of his, like, the arenas at the start of the campaign. It just has, like, you know, again, nothing, like, crazy. It's just, like, a few pillars, a bit of obstruction on the stairs, a little side area, but it's enough to make it much more dynamic than a lot of the White Room stuff that we got at the beginning of the campaign.
There's as they pull to the rock and rubble by the grasping vine. It's currently wrapped around him.
I'm going to use my movement to stand behind this little pillar right here.
Okay, go for it. All right, Grog, you're up.
As I
Now
hear
we
the
have
sweet melodic
reasons to move to
violin-based
places.
tunes of warfare being played, can I double dash up past me mates and into the fray?
Sure. So 30 feet will get you right at the edge of the stairs.
Can I use my action
30
to...
feet. You still have 20 more feet you can go.
Yeah, straight towards him.
All right, so that's there.
And then can I use dash to go the rest of the way?
Close the gap there?
Yep.
Cool. Yes.
But I only have my bonus action left, so can I go into a rage?
You may, yeah. Alrighty, so that's when you go into a rage.
That's my turn.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Yeah, this is very doable. Because now he's...
Alrighty, so now it is...
You can hold him there.
It's his turn.
Well, if he tries to run you, at the very least.
Also, nice little combat design aspect of Matt having some of them trying to run. Very nice. It's not, I guess it's not explicitly an alternative objective, but it's just alternative behavior for the adversaries, which I think is super important. Maybe more important than having an alternative objective. Like, I'd rather a combat where the objective is, at least from the player's side, to just fight to the death. I'd rather have that with a variety of the adversary behavior than static fight to the death enemy behavior with an alternative objective. I think both are good. Both are better than standard. Or maybe not better. I still think like a standard fight to the death combat can be solid, but mixing in alternative enemy behavior sometimes, alternative objectives other times. I think the reason it's standing out to me is because I don't see a lot of alternative enemy behavior from Matt. And most of the time it is fight to the death behavior. So these guys trying to run, love that.
Well, you have that guy? But this guy was the runner.
Yes.
Yeah, we got him. He's bind.
He's okay.
He's glassed.
He's currently glassed.
Okay. As soon as you rush up into his face, you hear the individual, the hood kind of pulled back at this point. You see shaved entirely bald, older, kind of late 50s, early 60s, missing one eye, but in that socket you can see like a faint spark of arcane energy, shouting out amongst the space, "Glory and reward is mine! Wraiths, go forth and devour while I bring oblivion to them." So as you rush up, it's going to go ahead and cast Wall of Force.
Yikes.
Right in the space between there.
Between him and Grog?
The space between.
So it pushes you back 5 feet, and now there is a wall of force that's blocking that side of the hallway.
Delightful. delightful, Matt. And now this wall of force is blocking the easy way up, so we need some alternative movement to get up this spot right here. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Where he is.
Him
Very
and the other
nice.
guy, or just between him?
No,
How big is it?
sorry, the entirety of this here. The entirety of this chamber.
Oh.
Okay, fuck space.
Dang it. Shit. Well, I guess never mind. What are you gonna do? Are your advertisements said it's different on this stream? They shouldn't be. On the past live streams, I wouldn't have to worry about side ads that would pop up, but they're happening today. Side ads? Let me see. I should be able to see my ads settings just on this screen. Let me see. Monetization. My mid-rolls are on manual. Pre-roll and display ads are on there. Wait. Pre-roll and display ads are automatically inserted? What is a display ad? Is that the side thing? Delay a mid-roll, take a break, set up an away state. I'll have to look into it. I don't know. That might just be default behavior now, because it used to be that if I just had monetization on, pre-roll ads would automatically be inserted. But I don't recognize that term of display ads. I don't recognize that. I don't know what that is. So I'll have to look into it a little bit. Because, yeah, I don't see anything else in here that would indicate what that is. The only other options I have are for mid-rolls. So I'll look into it. Thank you for telling me.
So, cast
Wall of force do. Can I walk through that shit?
Probably.
Yeah, it probably hurts. You'll be fine.
Will it?
as soon as the wall appears there, you see a slight shimmer barrier that forces you back about 5 feet. You catch your back foot, and you can. And now as the barrier finishes shimmering, it's invisible because there's nothing there.
Just
He's just grinning from there. He glances over to the right, into the hole in the wall where his friend was earlier.
Which was that way, right?
And he glances over. He goes, "Odell, bring me the sphere." And you hear the humming noise. The faint humming vibrational noise is now louder.
Please not sphere.
So that ends his turn. Actually, he's going to take a step back up the stairs there.
You can move those.
That's and start scaling. You're up.
I'm up?
Yep.
What can I do?
You're 20 feet down from the staircase.
Oh, well, then my speed is 25.
So it'll get you right up to about there with 5 foot step.
Don't let them leave.
Oh, God, this looks like a crazy thing.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60 is how far it is.
Wow. Wow.
Doesn't matter if I just stand, I think.
Okay.
There's a wall of force. Do I see a wall of force?
You don't. You actually rush up and it looks like it's an open hallway right now.
Okay. I see Grog in attack mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I see these two bad guys. I will send a lightning bolt at somebody.
Which one?
Oh, it looks like I can't see this guy because there's a pillar in between. So
That's true, yeah, so that guy. All right. So you have to move off to the side or else you're going to hit Grog with the lightning bolt. It's going to be hard. Well, he has a few steps, though. You can probably just aim it above and hit him with that, Grog. I'll let you do that. All right. So as you get to the top, you release your bolt of lightning, it arcs forward, and as it gets right above Grog, it hits something solid and splinters to no effect.
So this wall of force visually is like floor to ceiling?
Well,
don't see it.
you don't know, you don't see it.
Don't see it.
You saw a faint shimmer because something pushed him out of the space, but right now you have no visual perspective. That's going to end Scalen's turn, I believe.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
The other guy, the side who's currently held by the vine that kind of falls limp off of his body.
It falls limp off of his body?
Well, it grabs it. It doesn't wrap around or keep him held. Every turn just can pull something towards it. That's what it does. He's going to go ahead and glance over towards the side, listening to what the other Rashad had said. He's going to... Okay. At which point, that humming gets louder and louder.
No. What if we just killed all of us?
All right.
He had the map. There's a way. If he built the map, there's a way out.
You watch as a 2 foot wide black sphere, a void like nothing.
That mindset is one of my problems with Matt only having maps for combat and or making every combat have a map. Like that consistency. You know, I say it's one of my problems, but there's pros and cons to it. It's kind of like asking for marching order. It's like having a map every time there's a combat. it is, on one hand, it's a very effective way to train your players. In general, consistency is the best way to train your players. You are consistent, they know what to expect, and they can start to read the fictional room just based on your DMing habits, even without you having to say anything. So there is that benefit. But if you want to weigh, do I want them to be able to read the room without me having to say anything in all of these situations, right? I try to be consistent when it comes to how things work within the fiction, like the metaphysics, I suppose. But I actually try to be a little bit tricksy with what I do kind of outside of the fiction, whether I use a whiteboard or a pre-prepared map, whether I have music or not. Like, and a lot of it depends on how much prep time I have that day, I'll say. But I try not to be too consistent with this sort of thing so that they don't learn to, like, expect, okay, if there's a map, there must be a way out. I want to be able to put down a map and have the challenge of the map be, how do you escape from this? Or how do you survive just in this? Like, there might not always be a way to win. But if you are consistent, where every time you put down a map, there is a way to win, that's what your players are going to learn to expect. So this isn't even necessarily a critique towards Matt. It's more of a be aware of what your consistency is training your players to think. In some cases, you might be totally cool with that. Like, if you're totally fine with every time I put down a map, they know that there is a way for them to win the map. Like, just like Percy thought, or said, I should say. Not Percy, Taliesin. Oh my gosh, I'm out of it. Just like Taliesin just said. If you're cool with that expectation, if you're cool with them thinking that, go for it and leverage it as a GM. Put them in situations that seem really dire or seem impossible. But then you put them on a map and you've trained them that if there's a map, there's a way forward. And that might actually get them to be more creative, more inquisitive, because they're looking at a situation that seems impossible, but because you've trained them to expect valid ways through, if you put down the map, it might condition them to think outside the box. If they're looking at it and they can't figure out the solution, they might not give up and just run away. They might stick it out and actually try to fight through that. You just have to be also careful of the opposite. You can't, if you've trained them that there's always a way through, you can't put them on a map where there's no way through. You just have to be aware, you know?
This comes carving through the stone wall immediately to the left of you, Grog, leaving a completely disintegrated form roughly around the shape of the spheres.
Oh, shit.
So it's coasting in towards and into your space.
What?
It's a sphere of annihilation.
Yes, it is.
Oh, shit, son.
Oh god.
Put that there. That's fine.
Is someone controlling it?
So, Grog,
What do
No,
those do?
no,
I need
no.
you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god, roll so well.
Wait, and the sphere just went through the wall? Is that what I'm understanding? The sphere just went through the wall
Leaving
of force?
a completely disintegrated form roughly around the shape of the spheres.
Oh, shit.
So it's coasting in towards and into your space.
What?
It's a sphere of annihilation.
Yes, it is.
Oh, shit, son.
Oh god.
Put that there. That's fine.
Or I guess this is the hole. So the hole was on their side of the wall of force. I see. This is the hole. It floated through there. I got it.
Is someone controlling it?
So, Grog,
What do
No,
those do?
no,
I need
no.
you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving
Oh
throw.
my god, roll so well.
Yeah, I got
Do you get
advantage.
advantage?
I do. I have danger sense.
Is it an
fucks
attack?
you up.
Is he
Yeah,
yeah, it hurt real bad. It hurts real bad.
I think. No, I rolled a 20.
I see this happening, right?
16.
16, okay. You managed to just duck out of the way as it enters the space, and you can feel like this weird energy. Your beard is almost being pulled toward it, and the loud vibrating hum before you, it's like staring into an absolute nothingness.
Take my life, but not my beard.
Who looks like he's controlling it?
Grab the cards.
The guy who was being pulled by her is like concentrating and moving it over at that
Oh, the
point.
guy in red? Oh, the guy in red is controlling it.
All right, that's gonna end his turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Ah!
Yes.
Rest in a second.
Oh,
Controlling enemies.
Sweetheart.
That's okay.
Wait, you get like dudes behind you to hold the other one up.
Oh, we'll see how I can do it. Keyleth, your turn.
Oh my god. So much just changed from what I thought I was going to do.
You're about 25 feet down the staircase, so.
Yeah. So I come up from the staircase.
Okay, that gets you just up to the edge there. The staircase stops.
Okay.
Does these annihilation get
Like maybe like a call lightning? Because I think that manifests on the other side.
It's just it's a black sphere of void that just seems to be one of the guys looking focused, concentrating on it, and it moved under his willpower in the direction of Grog.
Yeah, it's real bad. Oh my god,
What?
Okay.
Oh shit.
Okay, I'm gonna come up. I'm trying to think of what I have in range, and I'm terrified. And I'm gonna just stick with my original instinct and do wall of stone and trying to wall these guys in, so they can't run.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I think they can still
good.
carve through it with their big black death orb
They can,
now.
but at least they'll be here.
They'll have to make the door do that.
To do
Time
that.
to do it, yeah.
Okay, I can do 10 foot by 10 foot
Yeah, 'cause at
panels.
least they'll take the orb away from us.
So I want to be like
It's here. Sorry.
poof, 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 and like a semicircle block off, poof, bring up a whole wall of stone behind them.
Okay, 1 second.
Get to the other side. You have to mention.
Matt checking the range and whether or not you just have to be able to see what the spell is manifesting in.
Ooh,
But that's it, right? That's the only person that has that kind of thing. Like,
I
just
think
so we can probably get to the other side.
As you attempt to concentrate and create a wall of stone, you are unable to pick a point or an area beyond the barrier.
the wall of force.
Really? What does Wall of Force do? I gotta look it up now. What does Wall of Force do? Invisible wall, blah blah blah. You can form it into hemispherical each panel. If the wall cuts through a creature's space, nothing can physically pass through the wall. It is immune to all damage and can't be dispelled by dispel magic. A disintegrate spell destroys it instantly. It also extends into the ethereal plane and blocks ethereal travel. I mean, why? Okay. I guess let's check Wall of Stone. Does Wall of I don't see any reason that she shouldn't have been able to cast that. I think the implication is that she it said she can't pick. You are unable to pick a point.
Concentrate and create a wall of stone, you are unable to pick a point or an area beyond the barrier.
I think that's bad. Or I think that's just not it. I think that's making Wall of Force substantially better than it is. Like, Wall of Force is already great, but yeah. Huh. Interesting. Wall of Force is full cover? Does full cover, which blocks line of sight and spells? It must be contiguous. The wall can have any shape you desire. If you create a span, you must have... Each wall is an object made of stone. Oh, wait, no, that's Wall of Stone. What am I? Wait, so Wall of Force provides full cover. Each panel should be contiguous. Does it... I don't see the specific. Maybe this is because I'm only looking in PHP 24. Let me see. I don't see the specificity that it provides full cover. It just says nothing can physically pass through the wall, which I think implies some of the benefits of full cover. But I don't know that it's explicitly that. I mean, I guess maybe the actual cover rules will be more specific. There are 3 degrees of cover. If a target is behind multiple sources of cover, target with half cover, total cover cannot be a target with total cover, can't be targeted directly by an attacker spell. A target has total cover if it is completely concealed by an obstacle. I would argue that the Wall of Force does not conceal it. I don't know about that one. Weird. Which blocks line of sight. I would argue that Wall of Force is not full cover. That would be my main argument. I mean, I think that like we intuitively want it to be, but it says if it is completely concealed by an obstacle. I think concealed also implies visually concealed. I don't know about that one. It does say nothing can physically pass through, so the argument that is the argument the magic you're trying to conjure on the other side gets blocked as it tries to get past the wall? I would say if it's something like lightning bolt that originates from you, that would get blocked, absolutely. But if it's something like call lightning or wall of stone, you just have to pick a point you can see within range. And wall of force specifically does not block sight. Like Matt's making a whole thing about that right now of like you can see through but you don't notice that it's even there, blah blah blah. Like he's specifically saying that they can see through it because they can't even perceive it. So I would argue that that's not total cover. If it were up to me, I would say that's not total cover. If it's transparent, I don't think that's total cover. Although that's weird because if you're in front of like a glass wall, is that not total cover? I would just say that it physically blocks things from moving through it. It's a little weird. It's a little strange. Because, yeah, it's like, it's basically just a wall of glass. And would I allow someone... I think that's the question. Would you allow someone to summon a wall of stone on the other side of a wall of pure glass? I would say that I would absolutely allow someone to conjure a wall of stone on the other side of a wall of glass. But I would say that the glass physically blocks things that try to move through it. But wall of stone is not moving through it. It is being summoned where it is. So I would argue this is wrong, but I do see why it's debatable. It is very strange. This is 5e. I wonder if it was different pre 5.5. I did switch into that. Funny reading of Wall of Force is that rules as written, you can't destroy it since it requires disintegration, and disintegration requires a creature target, and the wall is not a creature? Well, shit. Yeah. I would allow it. I see through air when I summon stone anyway. Yeah, exactly. A quick Google suggests there's no real consensus online as to the ruling on this kind of thing. I get why there's not a consensus. It is a little bit strange because because cover is not like super thoroughly defined. So that, yeah. Many siding with the obstruction equals total cover logic. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be the difference. It is, how do you determine total cover? I'm reading the word concealed, and I would say that the Wall of Force does not conceal the target space, even though it obstructs things moving from one side to the other. But that's a natural language argument. Like, we're getting into, 5e doesn't use a lot of keywords. So natural language is inherently vague here.
The Wall of Force?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Shit.
Wait, what? Say it again. I'm sorry.
And you need to focus, or is it just a
Spell
random?
wouldn't.
No,
It doesn't.
But I would say that that's fucking insane. If that's the case. If that's just like thinking through it, I'm like, well then, how the fuck do you even deal with it? If you don't have disintegration, you just don't? You just perish? That seems crazy for a 5th level spell. I think that also leads a lot of my, like, when I'm looking at, like, spell evaluations, I'm like, what other 5th level, what are other 5th level spells, I guess? Like, just in general, what are we talking here? Dance Macabre, Destruction Wave. I mean, 10d6 is a lot of damage. And I guess that this like requires, it's only a wall, so you can go around it, I suppose. I guess it's not that crazy. There are ways around it, but still. Hold monster, infernal calling. I mean, I guess you can make it work. That's strong though. That's fucking strong.
It doesn't fizzle the spell.
I just can't.
You have no area to release it on. Like that, the barrier, while invisible, is preventing targeting a specific area to create.
We need to spell this shit.
So,
Dig under.
I do have the spell magic.
I mean, you've used your action to attempt it. Like you don't use your spell slot, but you spend your action attempting it.
Okay.
Hey, man, that was the fucking
We learned
last
a
try.
lot,
Yeah.
right?
Can't cast the root
Nope.
Good to know.
at all.
Yeah, I think that's a good example, Bing Bong. Total cover is +5 AC. And I just don't think a glass wall would give +5 AC. AC is like your ability to hit something, like to target it and not like miss. And a glass wall would not hamper my ability to aim at the correct spot if I'm shooting something with a bow. I don't think it would give +5 AC, but it would block the arrow from traversing the distance. It would ping off the glass, or it would break the glass, but it would interrupt the arrow's flight. I agree. I think that's the way I would say it too. I'm glad that we're all in such agreement. I think we are all on the same page, but it is interesting. It is interesting. I don't think it's definitive by any means. And I love cover, so I like thinking through these things. Because I think that cover is one of the more baked in pieces of like exploration and combat mechanics that is utilized somewhat often, but I think is broadly underutilized. I really like cover. So I like thinking through these sorts of things. Yeah, interesting. Wall of Force is so good, the only way around it is to teleport around it or disintegrate it, which so many people can't do. Yeah, you'd have to just like move fully around it. I guess the only saving grace is that it can't be expanded once it is cast. So if it gets cast, they can now just like tunnel around it through the stone. But damn, that's good. I know Raw player who likes to use Wall of Force to shunt enemies away, like force teleportation. He and the DM argued a lot. Lol.
Did the orb went through it?
No.
No, the orb is on the other side of the.
Even though it's like a nature thing, kind of going up underneath there. I can't get around it. No. Okay.
You're targeting on the other side of the wall.
Okay.
So that's in visual range for you to create it to happen.
I see you on the other side.
Is it not in visual range? Is it not in visual range? It's transparent. I don't know.
Side of the wall.
All right, skill explain.
Credit to the players. Matt made his ruling. They disagreed. He clarified, stuck with his ruling. We move on. That's the way that rulings should go. Even if you disagree with it, you can talk about it afterward.
Percy. Oh no, sorry. At the end of Keela's turn, you hear this
Fucking A-rates.
sound as these two shadowy figures emerge from the nearby walls.
Ghosts! Shadows!
No, what? Ghosts or wraiths?
Wraith,
There's like 10 different kinds of things like that.
Really? Oh, shit.
Hey, was Wraiths what like fucked me and you
Those
up
are two
when we were
ghosts.
like evil
Those
Vex
were
and
ghosts.
Yes,
or evil
those
Vex
are
Lilith?
Wraiths.
Oh shit! And look what they're doing.
Here we go.
This one hovers over and lands behind Keyleth. Going to attempt.
No.
This seems like shift through the pillar.
I just look over my shoulder and go,
Actually,
oh no.
this one here
no,
actually
no,
stays
no.
within the pillar, like reaches out as incorporeal and strikes at you. So that is 24 against you, Vex.
That hit.
All right, you suffer, motherfucker.
Dude. He's staying inside the pillar, which I almost guarantee means that they just won't be able to hit him on these next turns. And I get it, dude. I get it. It's the correct tactic to use with that sort of enemy. But boy, oh boy, do I not find it interesting. Well, okay, maybe it's interesting like the first time you do it and never again. But not only has Matt done this tactic before, he has done it in this dungeon. I don't know, man. Like it's really tough for me because I love using cover. I love enemies being very tactical. But man, is this the least interesting version of that I can think of.
This is a lot. 21 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And I need you to succeed on a Constitution saving throw.
Because, like, okay. I swear I'm not going to talk about this too much. But if it can attack them from inside the wall, it doesn't even need to leave the wall to attack them. Why would it ever? Like, why wouldn't it just, like, stay one level below them and just, like, attack from the floor where they can't hit it? I mean, I guess Keyleth's established that she can fight the mud mephits when they're inside the wall while she's in earth elemental form. So I guess they have an option for dealing with this, but boy, oh boy.
Fuck. Come on.
Oh my fucking god!
What's 20?
Wait, ah!
All right. Well, you suffer the 21 points of necrotic damage, and your maximum hit points are reduced by 21
Forever.
until you finish a long rest.
Okay.
Oh shit, son.
The other one's striking at you, Keyleth.
Yeah.
That is a 16.
Misses!
That's right, because your AC is 17 with the ring.
That's all right.
I miscalculated on
I
the...
leveled up, motherfuckers.
That's right. All right, cool. So, technically a little bit affect your AC, however, calculating the magic item.
But I'm
did fix-
defeated and
we got it.
I'm good.
I know. All right, so as it swings towards you, its clock shrieks out and has no effect. And then they both vanish. If you want to take an attack opportunity, you can if you'd like to.
Warcaster?
Warcaster, you can cast a spell on it as a reaction if you'd like. And this one's going to go ahead and back away into the wall as well. Vex, you also get an attack opportunity if you'd like.
Okay.
With a melee.
Does it have to be
Okay, so they can attack them? They
a
can.
bonus action?
No, it can be an action.
It can be just an
Yeah,
action?
that's part of the Warcaster feat.
I mean, I have like a dagger, but
Up to you.
I don't even have it drawn. I have
Then
it
yeah,
go
you're
out.
fine. You can't.
And they're both out of visual range, right?
They both are now backing up.
One's in a pillar and one went through a wall.
They both
correct?
went through a wall.
Yep. They both suffer.
Are they like moaning and shit in walls?
You can't hear them.
I can't hear them. Can't see them. Can't. All right. Thanks.
No worries.
I have resistance to necrotic damage, by the way.
So how
You do. All right. Then you take 10 points of necrotic damage, and your hit points only reduced by 10.
Okay. Are they cute?
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what would be a good idea right now.
I have no ideas for
It takes damage each turn it's in the wall. How much damage? I don't know off the top of my head. Wraith. How much damage? It takes 5. It takes 5. Okay, so that'll give it a cool fucking. That'll give it a cool 12 turns before it dies. Yeah. I mean, like you said, less than the party can do.
I've never done this before, but I haven't learned. I will ice knife it in its face. Ice knife.
Okay.
Nope.
Level 1, you create a shard of ice. Fling it. Oh, it's a flingy thingy, but it's 1d10 piercing damage, and then it explodes.
Okay. It's right next to you.
Melee.
Yeah, no, it's a melee. Well, no. She has a feat where she can cast a spell as a reaction when something comes
I'm
out.
Warcaster, so I can be like.
Just know that whatever you're hitting is right next to you, so if it explodes and doesn't do radial damage, it might come back and hit you.
No, hit or miss. The shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of the point where
Which
the
would
ice
be you.
explodes. Oh.
But you're pretty
bunch of
Right.
other folks.
I'm fine. I'm doing it anyway. King.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
And Sierra and
No. You're behind her.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What's wrong with us? What's wrong with
We
Roll
us?
one.
did all of our 20s on goods.
Tonight is
Unlike
ridiculous. This
So
is
one.
dumb.
So one.
Polar extreme.
All right, so as you release the ice knife, it slams into the wall. No effect, however, it does still explode, right?
Yeah.
So it does what damage?
2d6.
2d6 damage. So go roll 2d6.
Cold damage.
To both you and the creature?
Yeah, all creatures within range.
Let me just read.
So technically, yeah.
For this actually technically reroll ones. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, each creature. Yeah.
Okay.
Hit or miss, the shard then explodes.
All right, so you take 7 points of ice damage.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it hits the wraith, however, the cold damage doesn't seem to have as much of an effect as you would
it's a fucking
expect.
wraith.
All right.
Well,
that
stupid.
ends their turn. Percival, you're up.
I hear a whole bunch of commotion, so I'm going to pop my head up out of the hole and see what the fuck is going on.
All right. You glance up and get just beyond where Keyleth is, kind of pushing past. You
This
can
is so
get,
smart
yeah,
to roll.
5 more feet you can move if you want to.
Oh, no, well, like I'm just coming up the hole. I take a look. Oh, sweet God! I'm going to take a shot at the guy I see up on the table there.
Okay, go for it.
It's like actually roll something. That's better.
Which guy? The guy over here?
Yeah, the gray, and that's a 28.
Okay. You fire a shot and watch as it just detonates against some sort of invisible wall that you didn't see was there before, just scattering helplessly against the space in the air.
I hate this force field
It
shit.
explodes near my head, and I'm like, stop shooting into this thing!
I'm going to drop back down the hole.
All right. You get
Right back down into the.
right there. That ends your turn, Percy?
Yeah.
That's your up.
Am I able
There's 2
to,
people left. There's 2 people left.
I'm going to dance through to here, where I can see Grog and these guys, and I can see all my friends here, and I'm going to hold my action to attack anyone who comes right up to one of my friends within striking range.
Okay. Good enough.
Hold him.
Perfect. Ending back to turn, pikes up.
Kite comes running up the steps.
Clink, 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 clink,
All
clink.
right. Lots going on there, and that's as much as she can move.
Okay.
She can still cast a spell if she wants to.
Oh my gosh, my legs are so short.
She's going to cast Beacon of Hope for all of the allies within range, which is 30 feet.
All right, so that is everybody but Grog.
Sorry, Grog.
That gives us good stuff.
That gives everybody advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws. And anytime you're healed, you regain the maximum number of hit points.
Even if we move out of the radius?
Yes.
Yeah,
So everybody at that moment, and you carry it with you.
wisdom and death
You
saving
just got
throws.
glitter bombed with holy goodness.
Wisdom and death plus what?
And full hit points when you get healed.
Yeah, you don't roll, you just max.
Beautiful.
Okay. So, ending Pike's turn brings the top of Bex. Your turn.
Oh, great. Well, I've seen all the things explode. Fucking hell. I'm gonna pull out my Vecna symbol, that necklace that we still had to put it around my neck because that fucking spear is out and I don't know if it matters.
Okay, so you can leave throw it on your neck.
Do I still have control of the vine?
Currently, yeah.
Okay, and it's on the other side of the force.
This is true.
So I'm gonna use it and I'm gonna try to grab a hold of the guy in.
Fuck the force.
The guy in gray is holding the force wall, right? But I mean, it probably is just a concentration thing. The guy in red is holding the sphere.
correct.
The guy in red is holding the sphere. I'm gonna try to knock him down and see if I can break his hold on the sphere. Maybe is that stupid?
Okay.
So
He does not make a save.
Okay.
He hasn't moved. It wraps around and pulls him tight against the area where it is again, but it's barely shifted him. So he just kind of moved a few inches, but doesn't do
that's
it.
just bonus action. I still get an action.
Yep. And movement.
And a movement. I guess I'll. Oh god,
out.
I'm gonna spread out so that I don't get. I'm gonna come over here, maybe
Okay.
over here. Oh Jesus! I don't know. I can't hit anybody. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hold my action until I see something getting through that fucking force wall,
Until it's going to hit.
Alrighty.
so that I can attack them.
Sounds good. All right, Bex, it's your turn. Grog, you're up.
I am going to try and run through the wall of force. It's only 5 feet of my movement, and we'll see what happens.
All right, you slam face first into like a stone wall. You immediately, like, the anger fills through you, just like the familiar smell and taste of iron like blood as you seem to have busted some element of your nose in the impact.
Probably some eyelids.
Yeah.
Yep. Do I go anywhere?
No.
Not even a no.
Damn it.
What if I channel all the rage from my life and I just like draw on the undead? Okay, cool. I'm going to turn around and run the other way.
You didn't get through?
No, I didn't even give apparently. So
Fucking fuck.
Stay away from that
10,
one.
15, 20, 25, 30, 45.
Okay. And your turn, Grog?
And.
I don't know, but like, there's nothing we can do about the order.
Yeah. That ends my turn.
Alrighty.
He's controlling
This
the
guy
other side.
turns around and begins to make his way up the stairs and do a double dash, disappears up the stairs.
Sorry.
No, man. I mean, we can't do anything. Nobody knows like disintegrate or anything.
Whose turn is it?
That finishes that guy's turn. Is now Scanlan's turn.
I'm going to take a few steps forward. I will inspire Grog, I guess.
Or yourself.
Nah, I don't.
Really? Okay.
And I'll sing to him, don't mess with that big black ball. It can, it can really fuck you up. I really hate that big black ball. All he better do is you. Make it is you.
Oh my god. It's not my intent in creating this encounter. Take a D12 inspiration die.
And then I guess I'll Dimension Door, try to go through the wall of force. We've tried this before, Matt.
I know.
Who knows how this shit works?
And the previous ruling was that it worked.
Yeah, but that could have been a gentle
Well, no,
die.
the wording is important on this.
I think the cultist shits his pants and his brain explodes. I think that's in the book.
I think you get to like
I'm sorry. If he lets the dimension door work, but not the wall of stone, I don't even know what we're doing here, bro.
Because it's a, I've had to look this up very carefully.
Yeah.
With elements like this wall, it's a targeting thing. You cannot target something that is in full cover, total cover, which behind the wall is. Teleportation, however, you're the target, and Dimension Door and Teleport is unaffected by that. So,
yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. I was thinking about Misty Step, but Dimension Door, you can specify arbitrary points. Like 200 feet straight downward. That's fair. Shit, alright, he's consistent. I'll give him that. That. I may not like it, but yeah, like Dimension Door can move through things that I would consider total cover. Like if I just imagine Wall of Stone, if I imagine Wall of Force as giving the same degree of cover as Wall of Stone, which Wall of Stone, does occlude vision, I wouldn't let another Wall of Stone be targeted through the existing Wall of Stone. Whereas Dimension Door, they could specify on the other side of that wall, and that would work. So Matt's being consistent. He's being consistent. Fair enough.
Matt fucking hates this. Oh no, man.
Get the runner. Get the runner. Get the runner.
No, I don't know where the runner went. He went out the hall, but I just don't see him. Right? You saw
that. He's on
the way. You just don't know where he is at the moment. But if we,
can I gauge roughly how far he went down that hall? See, like I don't even. Do I see down the hall?
I'm not from where you were over
No.
there.
So then I'm going next to the red guy.
Also, if you get out of range of Vex, Vecna knows all.
Oh, yeah. Stay within 60 feet.
All right. So you
Doesn't
mentioned you
matter,
were
you
there.
don't know where
That's my everything.
We're gonna like take out these guys'
I already used
We
it.
gotta stop the death ball.
Oh.
Man, that's tough. That's... I don't really have a solution to this, but this is something I have perceived at my own games, is that if something leaves the map, the players just assume that it is completely inaccessible. Like, they only focus on what is on the map, and they are not, like, willing to go into, like... They're not willing to leave the map and go into Theater of the Mind mode. Because Scanlan was... Like, Scanlan was watching. He could have just seen the person run off. And that was 6 seconds ago, max. Like, that was... He ran away between 0 and 6 seconds ago. He would have had barely any time to make any progress. They can probably still literally see him, but because he is off the map, he might as well not exist. He has escaped, which is tough. I very much understand why players think this way. And I think to an extent DMs think this way too. Like, I think there's a pull to make, like, escaping from the map just, like, be the thing, and to not, like, track distances or times off map. I was guilty of this last session, literally, where one of the player characters was off the map, and I had described how far away he was, and he was saying that he was going to run in, and I was like, oh, okay, that'll probably be like 2 rounds for you to get into the map. And they were like, 2 rounds is like 12 seconds. He can cross that distance in 12 seconds? And I was like, oh. Well, yeah, probably not, actually. Now that you say that, I mean, I guess with the distances, with your movement speed, you'll actually be closer to 4 rounds. And they were like, oh, okay, fair. So, like, again, I can't blame Sam. Oh my God, it took me a second. Sam for not thinking in that way. It's very tempting for us to just think about the map as the only thing that exists, but it is also kind of silly. And I would definitely try to encourage my players to think off map. Be like, I mean, he's not that far away. Like, he only has 30 feet of movement. Even if he's dashing, he's 60 feet away max. You can, even if you can't see him right now, you could catch up. I think I would actively say that out loud if I thought about it as the GM. But yeah, weird thing. I don't really have a good solution towards, like, not getting your players in that mindset other than to, like, have several encounters where things go in and out of the map, but those are hard to run. So I don't know. It's a little strange. It's a little weird.
All right.
I think it's just part of playing with a map, it's just a complication you got to deal with if you're not in Theater of the Mind. Theater of the Mind handles this so smoothly. Like, Theater of the Mind, this is not even an issue. This is basically only an issue if you go down to gridded. But I like gridded. So I'm not going to say that, like, you shouldn't use gridded because of that. It's just one of the things you have to keep in mind, yeah. It's like when non-speedsters escape the flash because they broke vision for 2 seconds. Yeah. It's a little ridiculous, but, it's something you have to kind of just get your mind around and just kind of muscle through it mentally. I don't think there's any good trick for it.
That's the end of your turn. At which point, Odell, who's standing there currently, is, like, physically, like, sweating, concentrating on this sphere right now. And it's like, looks over and sees you appear and goes, "Hi. This goes on! The little one made it through! What are you calling little?" At which point, you glance over your shoulder, you can see that the darting cloaked one stops and spins and goes, and facing towards you.
That's not good for me, guys.
It's not good for you, but it's good for us.
Let's run him, Gavin.
Fuck him up.
Go.
Okay, so Matt had the other one that was running away stop off map. I think is what just happened. That's nice. That's
As far as he can get, however, completely disintegrates the central pillar. It is obliterated as like at least like a top part and bottom part wherever the sphere passes through. Like about a good like 6 inches around it is just turned to dust and is gone.
Oh my god, we failed these rolls. We failed these rolls.
Gonna have to get the hands then going to back around.
No, he's grappled.
It doesn't grapple. It just
He's
moves
not
things
grappled.
towards.
You're confusing entanglement with grasping vine. Two totally different things.
Different things. Yeah, so he's backing up and he's like looking over at the sphere and just concentrating on it, and like you can see like the beads of sweat pouring down his face. He's glancing over nervously at you, but kind of smiling at the idea that his friend is returning. That's gonna go ahead and end his turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna seeing Grog slam into that. Go fuck, and I'm gonna do at. This is a pretty beefy spell. Yeah, force wall.
Yeah.
Assume you can't. Yeah.
I at.
Wait, the red guy's controlling.
Should I do 5th or 6th level dispel this?
The wall.
He just put it up.
And if he
Right?
gets
just
under,
puts it up.
something to do.
Okay.
Concentration.
5th or 6th level. 5th or 6th level.
Just go for it.
6th level. I'm going to dispel magic this wall.
Okay. As you focus and concentrate, you release the essence of the dispel magic. A burst of arcane energy casts forth and falls harmlessly against the exterior of course.
Yeah, it's a higher level.
Higher level.
Higher than 6th level.
beefed it
The
up.
spell.
It didn't seem to have an effect on the wall.
Or maybe it needed to be something else.
No, I bet it's just a higher
No,
level.
he just did what Scanlan does with counterspell. He beefed it up.
Okay.
So I. Okay.
Okay. Just gonna be okay.
You just eat crow, girl. Oh shit.
It's higher than 7th level. Because isn't it like you have to roll?
Had
if
no
it's-
effect.
Dude. I try not to be too hard on D&D for being like an exception-based rules system. But man, is it unintuitive sometimes. Like just having a random spell where it's like actually dispel magic. The spell that is meant to dispel other like permanent effect spells. That one doesn't work. But disintegration, a just like purely offensive spell, would work. And like the good side of this, like the way in which this can be positive, is that you can work these sorts of exceptions into research. I talked about that with the prismatic wall during oh god, what's her name? Delilah Briarwood cast it in, I keep wanting to say Viscon, but it wasn't in Viscon, it was in Marquette. When she cast the prismatic wall. It's like those sorts of spells where they have like really specific end conditions, like Wall of Force for some reason being totally immune to dispel magic, but not immune to disintegrate. Like that sort of condition can be interesting if it's part of like research or prep, I think. And if they know that like, oh, there's a rumor about this cavern. The door is blocked by 7 layers of color incarnate. No one knows the secrets of getting through the wall. You know, if they get that sort of a riddle or clue ahead of time, and then they can research it and potentially find a solution there, that's cool. That's interesting, I think. And I think that's like the best case scenario for the exceptions that D&D has built into a lot of these higher level spells. That's cool. That's like a really fun opportunity for research, I think. But it only kind of works if they have the opportunity to learn about the thing ahead of time. Like, there's, I would say, almost zero chance that you would happen upon the fact that Wall of Force is weak to disintegrate, like by happenstance. There's no way you're just going to happen upon that experimentally. At least I can't imagine it. And I'm not even that against the idea of wasting spells. It's a little tough with this one because it's so high level. But in a maybe lower key situation where they're not like right about to go into a boss fight, maybe like earlier on in the dungeon where they might still have the opportunity to long rest, but long resting would tick the timer, whatever. I'm not that against them just wasting a spell to find out that something doesn't work. But I'm only down with that if there's a way for them to figure out what does work beyond raw experimentation. That's where I'm a little bit like, I don't know. But, I mean, there are other ways around this. There's Dimension Door. I think that Keyleth could turn into an Earth Elemental and go under it. Like, there are definitely solutions through this combat that they're just not really thinking about. But, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely unintuitive, and the wasting can feel so bad. The wasting just, like I said, I'm not totally against it. I think there are situations where just having them waste resources can feel okay. But I think broadly, like rule of thumb, them just raw wasting resources on something that intuitively makes sense is not a good feel. There needs to be a really good justification, I think, for like building that in or building a high chance of that in. And I think that her assuming that Dispel Magic would work makes total sense. And the only reason it didn't is because the spell literally has an exception for that specific spell, which is crazy, by the way. That's crazy. Just don't make Dispel Magic so powerful if you are going to add in exceptions to these things. I don't know. Yeah. I'd be like, make an Arcana spell casting check at least. I would make her roll an Arcana check before spending a spell that big. It's tough, man. It's tough. Like, I think that's super understandable. I think that's reasonable to say. But, and I mean, if the system has these weird exceptions, you can have weird exceptions as a GM where it's like, in this one particular case, I'll have them make an Arcana roll beforehand. But I don't know that, like, if they fail the Arcana roll, it's still pretty shitty. I don't know. I'd have to think about that more. That's not the sort of way I roll. I like to give them opportunities to learn things and to research things. I don't like having it be a reactionary thing because it feels too exceptions based. It feels like, oh, in this particular circumstance where this very specific, I guess I'll put it this way. If I wouldn't have had her roll at level 2, like a level 2 Dispel Magic, I don't want to have her roll at a level 6. Right? In my head, the situation either calls for an Arcana roll to learn more, or it doesn't. The degree of resource expended shouldn't dictate that, but I do say shouldn't. Rather than doesn't. Because sometimes it does. Like, I can't lie, depending on the situation, I might ask for an Arcana roll as well. But it would almost certainly only be in a situation where, like, I feel like I've fucked up as the GM, right? If I did not expect this to be so challenging, or I didn't read the spell thoroughly enough, or they try something that intuitively should work, but because of some weird rule, it doesn't, right? And a weird rule that I was unaware of ahead of time, right? That might be the times where I ask for an Arcana check, or frankly, maybe even just give them the info. I don't know. It's tough. I mean, if I'm making an encounter around a Sphere of Annihilation and a Wall of Force spell, which that very much feels like the cornerstone of this encounter, I would know it back and forth. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like there's a really good shot that Matt knew Dispel Magic wouldn't work going into this. He chose not to put any sort of indication of that ahead of time. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm very torn because I just don't like it. But how to handle it, assuming that I've set it up in this way that I don't like, it's tough to say. It's tough to say. Yeah. Yeah, but not before, Sarah, given the spell is specifically excluding the dispel, but definitely after to give them some more knowledge about these kinds of spells. I think that's fair. I'm honestly very I'm down with that. I'm down with it being after. I'm still debating on it being before, but after, definitely. If they see something just not work, I might even give them straight up the like, hey, you know that dispel magic works unless the magic is specifically warded against it, is probably how I would phrase it, right? You know that there are some exceptions where dispel magic doesn't work, and this didn't feel like the level was too high on whatever you were casting it on. This felt like the exception case. I might just straight up tell them afterward. So now, at the very least, yes, they've burned a spell slot, but they have gained some knowledge, right? They've made a trade. And it's not a trade in their favor. It's not a trade in their favor at all, I would say. But they at least get something out of it where they're not just having to guess. Like, right now, they're not sure. Was the spell level just too high? Was there an exception? Is it because this specific cultist has like some sort of warding against it, right? If you're going to go the experimental route where the only way through, there's like no preparation they can do, there's no research they can do, they have to experiment, at least giving them clear feedback on the experiment, I think is the right way to go. A clear path to the target something you have to clear path for it, so it can't be behind total cover. Catching up, 5e rules on magic, a clear path to target. To target something, you must have a clear path to it, so it can't be behind total cover. Yeah, and I think not to dredge it up from the past, but I would just say I don't think it has total cover, straight up. I would do it before on a lower level table, but these guys are so strong they don't need the help, so maybe roll after. Yeah. This is almost 20th level combat in the campaign. I think having to guess spell levels is fair play and kind of fun. Guessing spell levels, I agree. I totally agree. If this was just a situation where she cast Dispel Magic and she just didn't cast it high enough, totally fair. Like, I think that's like built into Dispel Magic as a spell. Like, that is the downside, is that you have to take it, or you have to take a gamble. You have to take a risk on, are you getting the level correctly? I think that's like the balance of Dispel Magic. The thing that I think is so weird about this one is that it has a specific carve out for Dispel Magic. That's the really strange part to me. Yeah. I'd consider it before in terms of the level side of things to know what kind of power wall of force required to dispel. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. I'm assuming the wall of force is higher than 6. That was my take. Yeah, it's only 5th. So she was a high enough level for it. She got the level correct. It's just this weird carve out for Dispel Magic. Yeah. Anyways.
It's too late. Yeah, I think
it's gonna be okay. Everything's okay.
So about that long rest.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We may not have time for that.
I don't know now, you
because
guys.
we're fucked.
No.
I move forward, I guess. I don't move that far forward because I don't move that far forward.
Okay. All right, there you go.
I don't want to die.
From that wall.
All right, that finishes your turn, Keyleth.
I want you to be alive. I want you to be alive.
That's your turn.
Oh no, here they come.
They did take some minor damage being in the physical wall, but that's fine. Then
Boom, I attack.
emerge.
You attack on 1 year Keyleth.
All right, so 1 year Keyleth, go for it.
Yeah. Okay.
What was I holding for? I was holding until I could attack something, or just until I could get through the wall. I think it was just through the wall.
All right, 27 on that guy.
That hits.
Okay, so that is 3, 6, 10, 14, 19, 22, 23.
We can hit him. It's probably squishy.
Sure.
You still got one of 3 between just 2 of your surprise
That
attacks.
is 34 for the first hit.
34, nice.
And I have the second paladin attack, so I will, if it's not dead, I will attack again.
Go for it.
That is 2, 8 for the second.
Alrighty. So as it emerges from the wall, it's black in shadow form, giving off kind of small tendrils of dark black ether and abyssal energy. It reaches out to strike at Keyleth, and you release 2 daggers in its direction. Both hit its form, and it kind of gives this pain-sucking sound as you watch. It's like beady, burning red eyes, seem like for a very brief moment seem to blink in the pain, and it angrily lashes out at Keyleth. Its form somewhat more disparate and unable to maintain corporeal form.
To turn? No, okay.
No, she's casting Beacon of Hope.
Oh, that's right.
So attacking against Pike, that is 21. What's her AC?
23.
23. Eat it. Tries to strike at her, and she manages to take the shield and bash it away. The light from her her mace arcing around causes it to flinch, and it actually strikes a little too wide. The one that's arcing towards you, Keyleth, that is a fucking 16 again.
Yeah! Nice.
F you. Yeah, because it's plus 6 to hit. Okay. Just when you dodge out of the way a second time, it's then going to move back into the wall over here. Well, both of you get reactions if you want to.
I definitely takes it. With her Maze of Disruption, she gets an extra 2d6 radiant damage.
All right, so go ahead and roll for an attack on that one.
I can. I have Warcaster. That's the only thing that allows me to hit with magic.
You got like something simple.
That's a 21 to hit.
Not anything simple that's right.
That hits. Good roll damage.
Also, I haven't been keeping track. I've just been sort of assuming that Matt has been incorporating the, like, it takes 5 force damage if it ends its turn inside of an object. I haven't heard him narrate it out loud, so hopefully he's doing it, because that's like the only downside to them being ending their turn inside of, inside of an inaccessible area.
I'm running from an 8-ball.
Yeah, you should. I mean, like,
Ooh,
you gotta get everyone away from that.
17.
I think it's friendly. You know what? Take your
27
crystal thing that we just
for
read.
Pike.
27 points of damage.
And it has to do is it a fiend or an undead? It is, so it has to have a wisdom save of 15.
If it has 25 hit points or fewer, I think the damage would do.
I understand.
That one is not taking a full damage.
Okay, never mind.
However, it did take a relatively decent hit, and you watch as she swings the mace out as it pulls back. Where the mace impacts, it seems to almost completely evaporate part of its shadowed form, and it shrieks as it disappears into the wall.
Just for clarification, that's the one that I hit as well, right?
No, the one that you hit
Oh,
is
she
Keyleth.
Pike hit the other one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. It takes 2 damage along the wall, and the other Keyleth, are you doing anything as a reaction?
Yeah, I'm gonna
It takes 2 damage from the wall, I think I just heard. I mean, if he's rolling for it, fair enough. Okay, so he is tracking it.
pull out my staff and do a burning hands on him.
Okay.
My staff.
Alrighty.
So dexterity saving throw.
Alrighty. Natural 20. So it takes half damage.
Half damage.
Ooh, that's good.
That was. Wait.
You did the 6 and the 4.
Yeah, and then there was a
And then there's a third one, but is it 6?
Yeah.
Was that right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
Because the only 2
So
other things
6.
Yeah.
So
It
8.
did land it. So 6,
16.
12, so 16. Yeah.
16 points of fire damage reduced to half, which is 8. And even that impact seems to be lessened by the wraith-like being seemingly absorbing some of the heat from the impact.
So radiant damage is the bomb.
radio damage is what we need in here.
Alrighty. So that ends their turn. Percy, you're up.
I'm going to stay in my little cubby hole and hold my. I've got some good visual on a couple of these guys down here. I am going to yell at everybody to get the fuck away from the ball. I'm going to hold my attack until something happens that's going to give me something to shoot at.
Okay, so you're aiming as soon as an enemy reveals itself, you can
As soon as
shoot.
an enemy reveals itself that I can shoot, I'm going
Gotcha.
to.
And Percy's turn,
empty
Max,
it.
you're up.
Fucking hell, I'm gonna do the same thing except I'm gonna move to here and wait for something to attack one of my friends.
That's awfully close to the ball.
I know it is. I know it is. That's what I do. I'm waiting till one of them attacks one of my friends.
Yeah.
One of the undead.
Okay, that ends
I
your
don't know
turn.
anything about that. That's what I'm doing.
Alright, Pike's turn.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do.
Stupid or not, that's what
I think I'm gonna do this as a bonus action.
Yeah.
So that she can have that up, right?
Yep.
Okay, she's gonna cast spiritual weapon. Should she just do it at 2nd level?
Yes.
Okay, she's gonna cast spiritual weapon up near the wall.
Okay. So what up here?
As a
I don't think timestamps are off screen. Or at least they shouldn't be. It looks like they're on screen from my perspective. Hopefully y'all can see that.
giant sword that looks like it's on fire.
Right, whereabouts? On the wall
Near
here?
the wall, yeah,
here.
up close to the wall, of course, so that she can attack as soon as that thing is down.
All right.
And then she's going to hold her physical action until there's something that she can attack.
Okay, she's physically holding her physical attack?
She's holding her, yeah, her.
Okay, gotcha. Then Spike's turn. Vex, you're up.
Oh, that's me.
That's still you, actually.
Okay.
You're Vex.
I'm Vex. I'm gonna dart away from this ball as fast as I can.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go whoosh, 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 and go up here.
Okay.
Oh, you broke through.
I broke through the wall. I can't reach. I'm too.
Here,
It's fine. I got it.
right, right.
Yeah, make Matt stand up.
Yeah.
Please do. I appreciate it.
And I'm gonna
They are tiny.
yeah, I'm gonna hold my fucking attack until something comes out that I can attack.
Okay. Alrighty.
I can't believe I didn't fucking dispel that wall. I'm so like
right, Grog, you're up.
shocked from that.
Yeah, I am, aren't I? Okay, cool. Fuck.
That was cool. It's not helpful now.
Oh wait, I have bonus action still.
You do.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna use that grasping vine that I still have up.
All right.
And he's gonna re-grab onto that stupid guy's fucking neck and yank him towards the wall where he's right.
That is a
Yeah.
15. What's your DC on that?
15.
Okay, so he succeeds, unfortunately. It slaps out towards him, and this time, you know, what was it? I forget the adage. Never mind. He dodges it.
It took 425 hours, but we did it.
Yeah, well, it literally can't kill it.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, the vine whoosh outward and tries to wrap around. He just dodges out of the way, and it slaps harmlessly against the stone and withdraws back into the small crack of stone where it's spaced. That ends your turn. All right, Grog.
Oh, thanks.
I'm going to put my faith in Scanlan. Make yourself.
Dude, I did forget that this session was, final final round prepped when Matt was having all of his back issues, and he's on like big like back painkillers right now. So, you know, I can't blame him too hard for making a combat that I don't love. And the entire dungeon in general. It seems like there's a lot of IRL shit going on with this one. And to the point of what we were talking about earlier with like what are the benefits of the straight line dungeon, it is easier. Like it is easier when you are prepping. Flat. Like it's easier to balance encounters, it's easier to create a functional dungeon. I would say it's harder to create one that like makes cohesive sense and where like all of the areas, you know, work together. I'd say it's harder to do that. But if you just want a series of encounters within, you know, a singular dangerous space like we have, a straight line is substantially easier to prep in that sense. And if you are laid up in bed, racked with pain for the entire week leading up to the session, or you're very busy planning a wedding, or, you know, any of these various IRL things that we know Matt has been having to deal with, you know, I'll give it to him. The design of this is much easier on the prep side, which is a very substantial benefit sometimes, depending on how much time you have on the back end. Like they're still playing D&D, they're still having fun. Like for all of the things that I've said about this dungeon, it's a lot of just missed opportunity, I would say. Like I think there's a lot of really cool ideas here that just aren't fleshed out a lot. But if you don't have time to flesh them out, better to just have some cool ideas that aren't fleshed out than to have boring ideas that also aren't fleshed out, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't know everything that's going on in his life at this time, but I know enough to assume that might be a reason that this dungeon maybe doesn't feel as fleshed out as some of his other D&D sessions.
So if a possible miracle happened, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, just right up against the wall. Can I look to the left down that hallway? Can I see down there at all? And is it blocking the hallway off from vision, or is that a movable space?
Looking off, it looks like the orb was being used to just carve a path.
I hadn't finished doing it?
No, it was maybe about 25 or so feet down and was just hitting solid rock.
My spell DC may be higher. I don't know if I have increased that.
It is. It's 8 plus proficiency bonus plus her spell
Plus your wisdom
bonus.
Okay, so my spell DC is 17 now.
You need to keep up on
I'm
that shit.
sorry.
Then yeah, so then it
That was
definitely...
how I lost to Grog in our battle.
Oh yeah,
In Battle Royale, yeah.
Forgetting
I forgot shit.
I wanted
Yeah,
it around his neck, so
All right, so
kind
it's
of
like
make it,
holding
yeah, just to make him annoyed.
He's still kind of glancing over his shoulder.
He's lost
over
the range of the bow.
No, he's still look over the rubble there.
Boo.
No, not to make a concentration check.
Yeah, that's what it does. Alrighty, that ends.
So I'm there.
You're holding your action.
I can't get into that hole anymore, can I? Probably not, right?
Not with the way the wall force is placed now.
Fair enough. Yes, I will hold my action until someone comes within melee distance.
Okay, and Grog's turn.
Yes.
All right, at the top of the staircase.
Oh, god damn it.
He's
Oh, he's going back to
on the
Sandman.
right?
Just over here. We'll say got out that far from the stairs. Continue that way.
Sanctuary! He's parting the red seas.
Let me see here.
Oh my god, we're going against Gandalf right now, you guys.
That's not Gandalf. That's a cosplayer.
How many hobbits I have under my cloak?
It's just 5 hobbits in a cloak. That's all it is. It's not a wizard.
5 hobbits.
He glances down at the staircase where you are, and as he begins to smile, the flash in the eye begins to glow briefly, like a pale comparison to Vecna, but there was an essence of energy and lent to him from his worship of the newly risen deity. He begins to speak in a language you don't understand. And as he speaks one alien word, how many points do you have?
A lot. 167.
Fuck, okay, I miscalculated. Okay, no effect.
Power word.
Kill word stun.
Probably 100 or less of that.
You know what? I will also give this to Matt. Just as he is willing to waste the PC's resources and, not give them any sort of guidance as to why, he holds himself to the same standard. Which you should. You should hold you and your NPCs to the exact same standards you hold your players to. That level of consistency, I don't think there's any downside to. I think there's only upside. So good on Matt for that. I was also going to look up what is the power word stun. Power word stun. What is it? What is it? Is it 150? Leaving it dumbfounded. 150. Close. And it's a level 8? If it's level 8 and this guy is a warlock, at least I'm assuming based on the one eye lent magic imagery, that's, I mean, I guess it's only 15th level. I couldn't remember when you get your 8th level Mystic Arcanum. And I mean, you know, if you're gonna take 1/8 level spell, Power Word Stun ain't a bad one. Fair enough. Okay.
He assumed the smaller stature of the gnome was not as hardy to resist his.
Wow, he's really upset that he miscalculated that. The GM wants blood.
That's what he gets for profiling.
That's right.
Then he is going to.
A stout little gnome.
Yeah.
He's going to continue most of it's in the cube, moving upward 30 feet back up on the staircase as he keeps focusing on you as he's backing up the steps. That's going to end his turn. You're up, Scanlan.
Yes.
Yeah. Kill.
Hold on.
You know what? And also, to Matt's credit, adding the little box so that we can still see the figurine, even if it's off the miniature, even though it's off the map. He's essentially like extending the map by just putting it on a box, right? I think that's a solid way to handle the issue that we were running into before, where like when it's off map, it's out of sight, out of mind. By just putting the figurine back and just making it to where they can see it and it's in the right general direction, I think that's a good way to handle that. Of like, okay, he's still involved in the combat even though he's off the map.
Hold on. Where? Shit, I need to look up a range of a fucking spell.
Here comes the general.
How far is he from me?
It's hard to tell at this point. You'd say somewhere between 50, 60, 70 feet. I'm not sure.
I bet your spell's 120 feet in.
I'm looking. That one's not.
Is it thaumaturgy? Because that's right where your eyes are.
You said how far? Oh, shit.
Between 50 and 70 feet from you.
But you can move.
Yeah. I'm going to move 25 feet towards him.
Okay.
So we'll say puts you up here.
And with my dark vision, do I get a sense for how far he is from me now?
If you were 25 feet up, you'd say he's about 40 feet from you.
Done.
Fuck, no, it's not.
You need
Shit.
30?
I need 30.
What else you got?
You can move 5 more feet. You got more movement. You only move 25 feet.
That's my
That's his
movement. I have
movement.
tiny little
Oh,
nubs.
bud.
Yeah.
What about long range shit, man?
It's okay, yeah, I've got longer range shit.
Throw some
It's
shit up his ass.
not as bad news.
Right. From running away.
Damn it, Matt. Why'd you have to back up?
Because that
Can you dimension throw him to you? Big B's hand him? Grab him?
I'm thinking.
Why not?
I'm thinking.
Consciousness.
I'm just trying to decide between two things.
Yeah, take your time, baby. Take your time. Allison, give him a background. Come on, let's fucking focus here. Here we go. Come on. Support, feel the love. Yeah.
This is all on you, man. This is all on you.
I know.
Hey, no, do your thing. Listen, Shadow of War comes out October 10th. A lot of us are in it.
He's gonna have a lot of wisdom. He's got a lot of wisdom. All right, I will Big B's hand because I assume he has got a lot of wisdom. So I will Big B's hand him.
I assume.
At level 7. And I will just punch the shit out of him.
Yes.
Punch him back towards us. Big his hand on the opposite side of him and punch him back towards us.
That's a good call.
All right, so that is 8d8 force damage if you hit him. So go ahead and roll a melee spell attack.
Inspire yourself.
I didn't.
You,
I forgot.
So what'd you roll?
He can inspire himself. It's all not for attack.
Oh, and that's also for attack.
Okay.
So I rolled an 18.
18 hits. He's a caster. He doesn't have a lot of armor. All right, so roll 8d8 force damage.
D8.
I got 3.
And I got 1.
That's four.
That's just some dude from Sea Org in a bathrobe. Punch him.
Come on, man.
Wow, that was a deep cut.
Wait, shit. 8, 16. Fuck, what did I just roll? It was 16 plus 4, that's 20. And then this is another 40.
40 points of force damage.
40 points of force.
All right, that's a 20 DC concentration check.
Yeah.
Come on.
16, no.
Yes.
Wall down.
Hold down. Did we notice that the wall went down?
I'm saying it.
You don't see it.
No, I don't know, right?
But Grog would feel it.
What you do?
We can say it, yeah.
What you do? Grog's just sitting there waiting for something. As the big hand just full on fucking sucker punches him in the body.
How about this?
He slams against the steps. And has to shake his head as he glances at the giant fist and down at you.
And as a bonus action, can I do anything?
I mean, if you want to do bonus action, you can't do a Big B's hand again.
No. But can I just throw something? See if it goes through the wall?
Sure, I'll let you do that. Roll an attack roll. Just an aim it.
17 plus, I don't know.
What are you throwing?
Scanlan found these 2 really crappy daggers in the desk in the casino.
So he just pulls one of his like dual daggers that he wore and throws it behind, and Grog, you watch as the dagger just passes through.
I see that and I take 3 shots at this fucker up here immediately.
Okay.
How far away is he?
Which guy? The guy who Big B's
Guy with Big B's hand.
Okay, he is from you. About 120 feet.
I'm going to use bad news then. Okay. Because that's within range from my fucking sniper rifle.
Alrighty.
He's going to take
I'm
that.
just gonna shoot at the dude in the red in front of me.
Okay.
I can't use a bonus action, so I can only have to reload one. So I can only take 2 shots with my action. I can't take 3. I can't take 3. So 2 shots with bad news. Here we go. That's a 25 and 27 to hit.
Both hit.
And that's let's just collect that. That's gonna be first shot is 22 points of damage. Second shot is not as good. It's an 8. 14 points of damage.
Alrighty. So as you fire those 2 shots, the echoing noise of bad news is explosion from those echoes through the hallway and stairway above. Vex.
I'm gonna sharpshooter him in right front
There's a
of me.
lot of noise
Guy right in front of you?
Yeah.
Alright, don't worry, be okay.
It's fine.
There's like
They're tunnel
things are
squashing and
falling all the
shit.
time.
Yeah, it's
And I was being like, oh, if Matt didn't have a lot of prep going on, or if he didn't have a lot of time to prep things, et cetera, et cetera. But to be more on his side and to highlight that I do think there are some really cool ideas here. Like, Wall of Force, the way that I understood it is it only takes up the space that it is cast in, right? It can only displace air, essentially. It doesn't go down into the floor unless you actively narrate that. It can be free floating or resting on a solid surface. So it doesn't go down into the solid surface. So there is the ability to go under it, right? And if I'm Matt and I'm thinking about how Keyleth just turned into her earth elemental form and battled the Mephits only a few sessions ago, right? That seems pretty reasonable, right? She might even stone shape. She might stone shape a little tunnel underneath or to the side or wherever, because the Wall of Force does not extend into the solid walls and it does not expand, right? It's just you cast it and then you concentrate on it and that's it. So there are actually quite a lot of ways that Keyleth could get past. Clearly, Scanlan had a way he could get past. So even though Wall of Force is very good, they do have quite a few ways around it. Even something like Grog using the Titanstone knuckles to dig under it like he's a dog digging under a fence, I'd let that work if I was Matt. Clearly, they're using the Orb of Annihilation to dig through these walls. They're not totally... I guess the Orb of Annihilation annihilates anything, so maybe I shouldn't use that as my basis. But there are clearly ways that they can get through these walls. Someone like Vax or Vex or Percy maybe don't have any ways to get through the walls. But also... they're doing fine. They're doing crazy, insane damage. They're participating more than enough. So I don't think it's crazy to present this challenge. And the idea of having 2 casters, who knows about the third that they offed before the combat even started. But a caster controlling the Orb of Annihilation and the caster maintaining the Wall of Force means that they can't concentrate on anything else. I don't exactly know how the Orb of Annihilation works. I'm assuming it's just concentrating on a spell. That's what it seems like it was doing narrative-wise. So having those 2 things of you set up the wall, you set up the orb, and while I don't like the wraiths, the wraiths are also just a reason that being on this side of the Wall of Force is bad, right? You're setting up a bunch of bad shit on one side of the wall, and on the other side are these very vulnerable, squishy casters. Not only are they just vulnerable in general, they don't have high AC, and they probably don't have very high health, but they also are concentrating on these things. If you can get one person through the wall and get them to break concentration, like exactly what happened, then the entire defense falls apart. Suddenly the Orb of Annihilation is not very threatening because it's very slow. They can all flood through the gap created by the Wall of Force or opened up by dispelling the Wall of Force, and they can move through. My annoyances are mostly the wraiths, which... if you're looking to just make the other side of the Wall of Force more dangerous, fair enough. They do that. And yeah, I don't know. I think that the whole hiding inside of the walls is a little bit, it's kind of an annoying combat trick. It makes perfect sense, tactically, but I don't know. Not it for me, personally. But having those things there just as like this consistent pressure to get through the wall, and having getting through the wall being basically like you only have to solve it once. You know what I'm saying? You have to solve it once and then it's done and you're there and you can start interrupting them and really dismantling the entire encounter. So it's not a crazy idea for an encounter. Like I think it's a very the puzzle encounter using combat magic, right? Of how do we get on the other side of the wall of force? The annoyance to me is the wraiths and then the wall of force having the weird carve out for dispel magic. That's the weird part to me. But, you know, ultimately it wasted one player's turn and that's about it. So I think interesting ideas. Again, I think I have a pretty consistent opinion about this dungeon, which is that Matt had a bunch of cool ideas. Again, I really liked the undead trolls. I don't know what the fuck was going on in that dome, but I liked that whole area. I liked the chasm city, the tomb of the dead king in his tomb. That was fine. But I like a lot of the individual aspects of this dungeon. Even the mud methods at the beginning. I thought they would make a great like immune system sort of deal, but we used them once and never again. So tons of cool ideas, just maybe not enough prep time to execute them to their fullest potential.
27
I'm not
minus 5 is 22 to hit.
22 does it, yeah.
Bad news.
21 damage on the first.
Alrighty, nice.
Over that dude. Nice.
Yeah. And then 24 minus 5, 19 on the second.
Alrighty, 19 damage.
That's also sharpshooter.
Nice.
Oh no, that's 19 to hit.
Oh,
on the
gotcha.
second one.
Alright, so yeah, that hits.
15, 17, 27 on the second.
Ooh, nice. Alright. The guy who's controlling the sphere, after the first arrow like strikes him right in the chest, he kind of
Nice one, Jonathan. I just had to pause. Nice.
looks and starts to run up the stairway, and as it does, you take your second aim with the arrow and release it, and it hits the base of the skull, and you just watch him slip down into the stairs.
Fuck you.
Oh shit.
Oh, thank God.
Fuck yeah.
That's good.
So
he doesn't have
you're still there?
The sphere's still there.
Yeah,
Okay.
What?
But he doesn't have control
They
over it
move
anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
It just,
But
it just
just-
stays there.
His guy in red is down, so all that's left is guy and the wraiths.
Double check to make sure was there a third guy?
Like
that
an
you're
alien
talking
craft.
They killed
him. That was the
They
first
killed
guy
him
we killed.
immediately. Yeah.
All right, so that finished Scanlan's turn, right?
Oh, what?
Yeah, that was
Oh,
your
yeah, I'm done.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, the what's this? Dead. Keelan's turn.
Okay. I run up as far as I can.
Okay.
30 feet. 30. Do I see this motherfucker?
Yeah, you see him. Well, you have a 60-foot range of dark vision.
Oh, I see the glimmering of Bigby's hand.
I was going to say.
Yeah, I'd say you probably can see him okay.
Yeah.
A little bit. It's very dark, but barely.
Fireball.
Okay, all right.
I was about to say you could give disadvantage for dim light, but Fireball doesn't care about disadvantage.
So,
That's an answer.
as you rush up, you release from the edge of the staff,
That's all I
a
got.
bead of red light just engulfs the hallway above in flames. You see a split second of him and Bigby's hands outlines before fire just engulfs the space. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
Smoke this.
That's a natural 20 on a save, so he gets half damage.
What the fuck balls?
And you can roll with advantage.
Fireball is probably going to
Oh, you said fireball?
Yep.
On this guy?
Yep.
Okay,
One.
Bigby's hand takes damage.
Does he?
Yeah.
Magical? Did one, two. Okay, I'm gonna roll
He
this
has hit
twice. He has hit points. That's
No, you can roll save though.
He could.
that's correct.
Let's check.
That's not great. 2, 4, 6, 10.
Yep, it has no bonus, so you just roll a d20 and see what you get.
For save.
2, 4, 6, 10, 16, 19, 24, 29.
Oh, shit.
29 damage.
Yeah, reduce that right
Fine.
down to.
Baby.
So,
Bigby's hand has 167.
yeah, it has 0 hit points.
Just like
That's amazing.
He has made.
All right, so that ends Keelan's turn.
Still alive?
He's still alive.
looking around.
So where the shadows. This one's gonna move through the hallway here.
So he's still under my ass?
This one's gonna. It's still after Pike.
Pike gets him
Then I
to
attack
attack.
Keyleth I've been holding.
Pike has been holding her action to attack,
Yep.
so she could too.
So Pike gets her attack, and so does. Yep.
So 20 to hit on Pike.
20 hit, that hits.
Where is my other 8? Here it is.
And to give Matt even more credit for interesting ideas, the wraiths are an interesting way to not only drain out resources, but to actively reduce the strength and the max HP of the participants, making it even riskier to go forward without a long rest, right? It's not just that they're lower on resources, but they are actively diminished. Putting that as the last enemy right before the big boss battle is very interesting. It gives a real weight, especially if it attacks people that are very resource rich, or like a marshal that doesn't have a lot of resources to even get expended in the first place, like Grog, per se. Again, I just don't really love the in and out of the floors, but they were holding their actions, and Matt gave them opportunity attacks. So like, and the going in and out of the floor does make sense. Like, it makes total tactical sense. So if we're running this at maximum tacticals, I do think there's a lot of positives towards having the Wraiths there, not just negatives. Maybe I was a bit too critical about the combat at the start. Because there's some interesting dynamics going on there. I think that I got really a little bit annoyed and butthurt about the repetition in the tactics and the weird carve out in Wall of Force, but there's a lot of really good stuff going on in this combat. Like, at a wider level. And the Orb of Annihilation is a big threat that really puts a timer on things, but it's not like really an immediate threat. Like, it's slow, it's avoidable in a lot of ways. So maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. Maybe I was a little bit too harsh.
16?
Does when you hold, does bonus action carry over?
No,
That's
just the
what I thought. Okay.
This is 22.
22. All right, what's the saving throw?
Saving throw is 15.
15, 4, no.
And am I gonna defend the going in and out of walls tactics? Am I gonna defend that? Because to an extent, it is a really good reminder for the players about things like holding actions and opportunity attacks. Things that they don't run into as frequently in a traditional combat, right? Opportunity attacks are far more often things that enemies are doing to players or to PCs, and reminding them about holding their actions in a way where they actually need to do it. Like, if they don't do it, the Wraiths are going to have a much, much easier time. And it's people like Vex and Vax have no real way to interact with the Orb or the Wall of Force. They need to find something to do. And when they're looking for something to do, the easiest thing is just to hold your action until you see the Wraiths again. So the going in and out of walls tactic does serve to remind them about that right before they go in to the most difficult combat probably in the campaign. You're reminding them about all of their options that they have available to them. Maybe if they wouldn't have had this with the Wraiths acting like they were, they might not have remembered about things like holding your action or opportunity attacking, right? And if the Vecna combat features either of those things or features opportunities for those things, opportunities for opportunity attacks, if it features opportunities for either of those things, it could be good to have them be reminded of it now. I think if it wasn't something VM had faced so much in their overall adventure, it'd be easier to be positive about it, IMO. They've just seen it a lot. I think you're right, Jonathan Busby. I think you're correct. I think if this was the first time I had ever seen it, I think I'd be like, ooh, cool. But the Mud Methods just used it earlier in this very dungeon. And not even to consider things like the, not Clarota fight. What am I thinking of? The, Shadow Man, Shadow Guy, Orthax, Smokey, yes. Yeah, Smokey. Yeah, and if I hadn't had such a viscerally bad reaction to the Smokey fight, I think that has very much cemented the tactic poorly in my head. So, I think there's a lot to be positive about in this combat, in a way that my gut reaction may not have portrayed at first. But I think like watching it play out and thinking about it more, I think there's a lot to be positive about here. I think there's a lot of good ideas going on, and not nearly as much negative as I may have thought at first. Because they do have a lot of ways around the wall of force. It's not impenetrable. Well, it is impenetrable, but it's not all encompassing. They could have gone around it, or dimensioned or through it. Yeah.
As it comes out of the wall.
And I have no problem with the Sphere of Annihilation. That shit's slow. Sure, it hits like a truck, but it's very avoidable. You just got to be paying attention to it. And it's good to have something that the players got to pay attention to defensively. So, super solid.
Reaching for a pike, she swings wide with the mace. As it slams into it, there's a flash of divine energy. Her eyes seem to pulse with a matching burst of radiant power. And as it hits, the creature squeals and squeaks as the light from the mace actually dashes it from this existence or any other. Scattered into nothing from the shadows.
I rolled an 18 and a 1.
18 hits, 1 misses.
Okay, so sneak attack. 1.
1 misses?
Yes, it does.
I know, right?
9, 14, plus
We gotta keep that guy
16,
alive.
20, 26, 29, 34, 39 for the second attack.
39 for the second attack.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And with that, as this one reaches out towards Keyleth, your dagger strikes the back of its body, and as it impacts, you watch as its shattered form just turns into nothing but a splash of dark, half-existing ether, which then fades as your dagger clatters to the ground motionless.
Back of belt.
All right.
Thanks,
My belt.
Priscilla, you're up.
Reload. Gonna take another shot.
Alrighty.
Gonna take a shot. Yeah, let's just take another shot. Let's probably on low AC. Let's make this a sharpshipshooter just for fun.
Okay.
So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a sharpshooter shot. So that's 24 to hit.
24 hits.
All right, so let's do 7, 8, 9, 10. 26 points of damage.
Ooh, 26 points of damage. The echo of the impact as you watch part of the lower jaw and throat of the cultist in the robe gets blown apart. He stumbles back onto the steps that he had barely started to get up off to, and you watch and you hear the horrible coughing sound as its last moments of life are robbed of it as it tries to get back up and then stumbles right back and bleeds out against the steps.
Mutual interrogate. He doesn't have to be alive for that.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Any other problems?
It's just hovering there in the center of the hall.
We can't do anything without that floating ball.
Well, why don't we let's
Cover it with a handkerchief.
I almost was like,
Let's,
you do it, man.
let's rifle through these guys' stuff. Which one do we want to interrogate?
Let's pick the. Caliph goes up to the
Red robe.
Red robe.
Let's throw Grey Robe into the annihilation ball. Let's
Max,
get rid of it.
Max,
Red robe.
why don't you go down the hallway and see if anyone else is coming?
But-
Keep watch.
Stay close.
Stay within 60 feet. Everybody gather up around me again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sis,
Let's make sure
come-
we're within 60 feet.
Sis, come up to where Scanlan is so I can go a little further ahead.
Vax.
I'm actually going
It's
to go back.
just barely still within 60 feet.
Everyone gather up. We're gonna get our stuff. We're gonna.
Okay, before we do all of the post-combat stuff, it seems like we have about 17 minutes left in the session. I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick, and then we're going to finish it out. See you in a sec. What's up? Hello, we're back. That was quick. Let's get back to it.
Avoidable.
Can I,
Grab some ropes.
can I borrow a dagger?
Yeah, I give a whisper.
No,
I take it and I just stab it in his other eye.
Oh.
Red robe guy.
Okay.
Jesus.
Other eye is destroyed.
I'm going to use Bigby's hand to grab the sphere.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. Bigby's hand reaches over and grabs towards the sphere, and as Bigby's form attempts to grasp the chaotic point of destructive energy, Bigby's hand suffers 26 points of force damage and is forced to pull back.
It's not so bad.
Okay, that's good.
But cannot grasp it, cannot move it. It just kind of...
Okay.
I'm gonna rifle through the robes of red rope.
Red
Okay.
I'm gonna get Adele.
That's what she's rifling.
Oh, okay. There was a third guy, right, that they killed early on.
Oh, the first guy.
Yeah.
First guy. Okay, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
We're assuming we're going through everybody taking a
Yeah,
shot.
I'm standing as far from Vex as I can, but I can't go much farther because
We're trying to keep
obviously,
close.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Interestingly enough, based on the current scenario and what preparation has been, no money on them. They have no like worldly possessions that are what you consider of use. They each carry what looks to be like a gnarled wooden wand that they've been using as a focus for their spell casting. And the beyond that, they have nothing on them except for the one that you shot the head of. You notice the left hand is kind of like withered and gray. The skin is kind of pulled taut against the bone. But beyond that, there's no other possessions on them beyond the symbol of Vecna they wear around their throat.
I was going to say, how many of those symbols do we still have, and how many robes do we still have?
Well, we can grab their robes. I don't know how many of those we have, but I think we also have a necklace.
Also, we can have Pickle talk to one of these assholes.
I think it's a good idea.
The guy that I'm standing over, red robe, I'm going to rip his necklace off.
Okay, tear it off. Okay.
I'm just gonna take his robes.
Oh yeah, we're taking all this
Take the
shit.
robes.
All right, so you take the 3 sets of robes. These robes are different from the robes that you had seen in Tharampala before. These
They
appear
are.
to be a little more ornate. They seem to have a little higher station, which is why it's interesting that they're not like beyond the robes and some basic undergarments and the wand. They have nothing on them. Like this is the sheer conduit
Were
of their
they
own power.
drilling? I'm gonna just take a little bit of an inspection. Were they drilling with this thing? Is that why they had it?
Looking around the pathway, you can see that a lot of the staircase probably was more caved in, but it's been cleared out by the movement of this orb. It's being used as a form of kind of excavation tool as they push deeper into the catacombs here.
Crazy.
So they were holding on to that orb the whole time.
It
Yeah,
seemed
the
to
guy
be.
in the red was controlling it.
Well, yeah. He didn't cast it, though. We didn't see him cast it out. He already
It came out of the wall.
Yeah, it came out of that little gap on the side there.
I'm gonna go over to the sphere and say to it, I command thee to respect my authority and obey me as your new master.
You're trying to exert your will on
Yeah,
the
I'm
sphere.
intimidating the sphere.
Make an intelligence arcana check.
Doesn't have any points,
Intelligence
really.
Arcana check?
Yes.
What does that mean? Oh, just a
It's
check.
just an arcana check.
Oh, 19.
19? And you're standing like right next to the sphere to push your will into it?
Yeah, I came closer to it.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh god, it's gonna kill me.
Stand there.
You focus on the orb, and you can feel your will kind of push past the event horizon of the sphere. However, the force is too strong inside, and as you kind of pull out of it instinctually, it moves towards you.
Oh no!
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Why do
Really?
you have to tamper with the fundamental forces of nature?
10 feet, which is right where you are. So I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
That's not good.
Does it anybody else on the way?
That's not good. 11.
11.
You.
Baby, save
The
me!
orb pulls back and slams into his like the edge of his gnomish face and chest, and you watch as his flesh is like pulled towards and disintegrated at the exterior of the sphere.
Can we reach out and grab him away from it?
Yeah, grasping vine.
Yeah.
You take
Wait.
30 points of force damage,
Sure. That's fair.
and it's currently now like in this like right in your square, like
I pull him away.
against
I
you.
reach out and grab you by your grasping vine and I yank it away from it.
Move away.
So you all push him out of the way, and the vine pulls him and tugs him back.
Two-Face.
Yeah.
Oh no, Sam,
look a
you're
little rough.
hideous now.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm
Everybody
fine.
have a mask.
Some other voice starts coming out of him.
I think I can take this thing.
So, did you want me to talk to one of these guys, or?
Yeah. Well.
I feel like we're running out
You
of
got the
time.
sense that like there is a way to exert your will over it the way these guys did, but in that moment your will faltered and you didn't quite understand the nature of the
You have
sphere.
to be smarter.
I just need to try again, harder.
You gotta roll higher than a 19.
You got another half
You just gotta
face.
roll higher than a 19. Can you give yourself inspiration?
This is an ability check, right?
This is an ability check. Yes.
And maybe if you have
Wait,
a
was that a
symbol.
wisdom saving throw?
No, it was an arcana check.
Arcana check. I mean, like the okay.
It might be high, dude. It might be like you have
It might be.
like a 30.
Let's leave it. Tend to the sick and leave the well alone.
Just leave it floating in
Indiana.
space.
Let it go. Let it go.
Indiana.
Oh. Dominate that shit.
I'll try one more time.
Okay.
All right, let's all back up.
I get ready with the vine to yank him away in case it's
Okay, and everyone else backs out.
Everybody clears out of the way.
Okay.
See if you can shove it
Oh my god.
straight up. Maybe I don't know.
Caleb kind of stares with a vague
All right.
familiarity.
I'm gonna inspire myself.
Okay, so make your roll first. As you begin to focus
my roll
and exert
first?
your will towards it.
Black
Yeah,
balls
you
on
add
my
it
face.
onto it. Okay.
Come on.
Hey.
Pretty good.
Now inspire.
And inspire?
Yeah,
Well, it's up to you.
Do it.
Do it all.
It's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Plus my what?
Arcana.
Scan land.
Arcana?
Yes.
Do
Oh,
it.
that's
Do
a
it all.
lot.
Do it all.
30.
Okay. As you
24 plus 6, yeah.
this time begin to push your will towards the sphere, you push past the event horizon. Your consciousness connects with
listen to me, damn it. Respect my authority.
some ancient space of the void within this blackened circle.
Oh no.
As it connects.
Oh God.
What's your intelligence modifier?
How are you holding your face?
Plus 3.
Okay. What are you trying to will it to do?
I'm trying to will it to... Shit, it's just a big black ball. Just slam straight into the ceiling.
It moves up 10 feet and then hits and just devours the stone
shit,
above
I
it
should move.
to create this small tunnel right directly above.
Oh my god. Use it. We can use it.
We can get.
I think this is a very round by round
Finally.
kind of thing. It's not
No,
permanent.
let's keep
Have you
using
guys seen the Explorers?
Oh, yeah. I'm in the Explorer.
What if we just go straight up?
I'm in the Explorers. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
He's one of those little
Are you really, you dick? Are you kidding?
What?
Are you really an explorer?
I'm in the Explorers.
Stop the game.
Yeah, he's eating
I'm one of River's little brothers. Ludwig.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he like New River. He knew River. I know that.
Can we just? What if we just use the orb and just go straight up? We don't even keep tunneling. We just go straight to the city.
It only listens to me.
Yeah. Do you need us to heal you?
This is a cool thing.
Yeah, but it only makes a hole its size.
Yeah, but you
It's
just go
2
like
feet
this.
across.
Make it go like
Right.
this as it goes up.
I think that you're.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's not ready to pop a wheelie on this thing.
Plus,
yet.
remember the guy was concentrating super hard, so it's the only thing Scanlan would probably be able to do.
But if he like cores out of a tunnel for us, we can carry Scanlan like on a palanquin. You know, we are the champions.
Guys, I think we can make it. No, we can't. We'll never make it. Yes, we can.
All I'm thinking is I could come up and do lay on hands and heals, but I'm like,
Yeah.
you made your bed, lie in it.
Yeah, no, I'm okay
Sure,
with
it's your
this.
call, man.
I'm
What do you
okay
think?
with
Can we
this.
go up?
We're still investigating these guys and stuff.
We got all their
Fuck
stuff.
these guys. We got all their shit. Let's go.
Are we not
You
going
could
to
just
talk
bring it
to
with like a puppy.
I mean, we could try to
Let's bring it with us.
but it doesn't necessarily answer.
I'm
the
gonna,
question.
I'm gonna call this ball.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna call this ball Simon 3.
We are.
Do we know
He
how
works
far
with
the
Beck,
sphere
that's
can
so
move
we
in a
can
single
ask
movement?
You watched him push it and it went about 15 feet.
The sphere can only move 15 feet.
It will slow us down.
It's a very slow moving
I will say-
destruction.
15 feet.
Bring the sphere
15
back
feet
down
of movement.
so that we can throw their bodies into
Okay,
the sphere
okay.
so they don't turn into undead fuckwads.
Okay.
Wait a second, though.
That's very well.
God, I don't know what this will do. I have a spell called Zone of Truth.
So it forces them to speak the truth?
Yes.
Does it work on
It-
undead? Or on the dead?
Or yeah.
A creature that enters the spell's area for the first time.
So if it
fails, it has to fail.
So you could cast it and then Pike could cast Speak with Dead and
That's
it would just
right.
come up into the zone of truth.
That's right.
Let's
Is that
try it.
doable?
No, they have to tell the truth when you do speak undead.
So,
No, they don't.
They don't have to.
They
look.
can
don't.
lie. Yeah.
Here's a weird question. What saving throw do they have to make to speak the truth?
An affected creature is aware of the spell and can thus avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie. So it could avoid the questions.
But they have to answer the
Have to
question.
answer your questions.
But they have to answer the questions because of the other spell.
Right.
Double,
Right?
double mumbo jumbo?
They cannot tell a lie as you're discussing this. Technically, a creature would be unable to lie in the area.
It would be unable to lie. Do they have to respond to Speak with Dead? Is that true? Is that true? Spell until the corpse only when there's in line, including the answers are usually brief, cryptic, and the corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer. I mean, it just says you can ask the corpse up to 5 questions. And then it says answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive, and the corpse is under no compulsion to offer the truthful answer. But the zone of truth, I do think would counteract that, but I don't think Speak with Dead actually requires the body to answer. I don't think it just, you may ask it up to 5 questions. It does not say it answers all 5 of them, or it is compelled to answer, but the answers are characterized like this. Yeah. There's an implication, since it says no compulsion to tell the truth, implies they are at least compelled to answer. I don't know if I would say that. I think it's just clarifying that they're not forced to tell the truth. I think. I don't think they have to respond. I don't know. That's tough. I would probably put it to my players. I would probably just go over the spell text with them and see what they think. Because I think I would rule that as they aren't even compelled to answer if they don't want to. And they aren't compelled to tell the truth. Yeah. Well, in BG3, the corpse won't talk to you if you killed it. That is true. Although they did change some spells in BG3. But that's a good point. That is a good point. It won't even talk to you. It's not just that it won't be truthful to you if you killed it. It won't even talk to you. I don't know. They don't have to answer helpfully. You could ask, what are you doing here? And it could answer vibing. That's true. But the zone of truth would require it to be truthful. So it would truthfully have to be vibing. But the answers can be cryptic. It can be like, what are you doing here? And it could answer, I'm currently lying here dead. Which is truthful. And it is what they are doing here. And it could be like, what is the purpose of, what are Vecna's plans? And they could just say, like, world domination. That's probably true. You don't have to get more specific. You can get very creative with the answers. I'm more deciding if you even have to answer. It's probably more fun if you have to answer, honestly. Regardless of what the spell text says, I probably would answer if I was the GM. I would just answer in, like, very, like, monkey's paw, fuck you, weasel wordy sort of ways.
Unable to lie with Pike's spell.
They have to answer the question.
They have to answer the question.
They can just
They can normally check for
Yeah.
you that answer.
And what's the save?
Yeah,
Against
what's
that spell.
Speak with dead.
Charisma saving throw
Oh,
is
charisma saving
my
throw.
spell saving DC, which is not huge.
I was gonna say what
Yeah,
is
like Speak with Dead is so open-ended on on how it allows you to answer. Yeah, just be a dick about it. I don't even think we need to get this complicated. I was curious, but I think, yeah, just be a dick about it.
16.
but look, they're. I mean,
It
they're
does have to
clearly-
answer.
Oh, trinket.
I like it. I like it.
Are we gonna try this crazy shit?
I like it.
Might as well.
I love
But,
it. It'll be
okay, hang on though. But what are we gonna get from this guy?
Find out how close we are to Vasselheim.
What's the plan?
Yeah.
What are
Find
they
out-
trying to do? Yeah.
What is Vecna?
I mean, figure out how close you are to Vasselheim. Go upstairs, bro. It's not that hard to figure out.
Got cooking.
What's Vecna planning?
He might
How many
not
of them
know
are there?
everything.
I'm gonna go pee. You guys.
He might not know everything. How long does it take for Keyleth to pee?
No, but like, how close we are to Vasselheim? What's the plan of attacking
how many are there?
Vasselheim?
How many of
Like,
them
how
are there?
many? How
What's
big is his
the
army?
forces?
We get 5 questions, I think.
Five.
Speak with Dead.
5?
How close are we? What's his plan? Where is he?
Where's Vecna within the city? And
Who's with him?
On
Okay,
his
what are they
throne.
who's the
excavating
Dead
for?
Knight?
You might not know that, but what are they excavating for? What are they looking for?
Yeah.
I think I know that.
I think I know too, but I want to hear him say it. It'll make
Let's
me
do
feel
it.
better.
Cast your zone, yo.
Okay.
Get in the zone.
Auto zone.
Level 2. Level
Auto zone of
2.
truth.
Auto zone.
Shit. So
Simulate the T-zone.
can anyone
What's your T-zone?
sort of drag him down on his roll to save or boost me?
No.
I don't think
Does
so.
anyone have a cantrip? Sometimes. Okay. All right. Let's do it.
All right. So which one?
I'm going. Well, first Zone of Truth, then Pike. So.
Okay. So you create the zone of truth. You
yes.
create the spirit, the area, the radial space where the divine energy kicks in, and the compulsion to not lie
Use of this.
remains within. All right, and then Pike
Cast Speak with Dead.
on which corpse? There are 3 corpses.
On the one in the
or
Red
Mr.
Robe
Ray.
seemed more fancy.
In the gray.
Who seemed more senior?
Red Robe did.
Two corpses.
Red Robe did.
There are 3 technically.
Wow. Yeah.
There's the guy they killed.
Well, that's a good point, Bing Bong. I have not read Zone of Truth. Let's see. Zone of Truth. Yeah, it's like, what's the mechanism by which Zone of Truth operates? Does it require a soul? Because Speak with Dead specifically does not return the soul. A creature that enters the aura. I guess we would have to clarify whether or not... I mean, undead are creatures, right? And undead in D&D, I don't think have the soul returned to them. Like a skeleton that you just animate with Animate Dead. I think it is a creature. And it doesn't have a soul. It is just animated by magic, which is the same thing that Speak with Dead does. Speak with Dead just presents it with a semblance of life similar to Animate Dead. So I think it would still qualify as a creature for the purposes of Zone of Truth. Yeah, I think. Let me clarify if Animate Dead returns the soul or not. Creates an undead serve hand. Your spell imbues the target with a foul mimicry of life, raising it as an undead creature. So it does not have life. It does not have a soul. I would say similarly to Speak with Dead. I would say that they're using the same mechanism. So it would count as a creature. Yeah, the spell doesn't return the creature's soul, only its animating spirit. It is weird that it specifies it as a corpse and not a creature, but it actually does specify it exclusively as a corpse. You grant a semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse. So it is debatable, but I think I'd let it go through. Need homebrew idea I have with Speak with Dead. You can ask questions, but a small 24-hour curse happens on the caster for the very corpse you question. DM's creativity being coming up with small curses. But a small 24-hour curse happens on the caster for the very corpse you question. So you basically take on some sort of bane in order to talk to them, in order to like reach past the veil and do this fuckery. I mean, I'm down with any... I like long-term detriments. So I'm down with that. I mean, we would have to bound what small curse means and like kind of like the range of what it can do, but I think that'd be interesting. Would Zone of Truth work on a corpse? I don't think so, unless a corpse is a creature, but I don't think it is. But I'm going to say that once the corpse is animated, it becomes a creature while it's animated. That's what I would say.
We killed
Right when they burst on the scene.
somebody and killed him.
We don't know, I guess we don't know.
Fancy. We'll take the fanciest cloak.
Okay, I mean it's relative, but the guy who was controlling the sphere seemed to be
The fanciest?
at least it's a
Yes.
different.
Where are
measure.
the
Different color.
Red robe.
Yeah, red robe, red robe.
Red robe. All right. So as Pike takes the time to focus and recite the incantation, she grabs her holy symbol and focuses and speaks aloud the words in Celestial of the blessing of Saren Ray. And as she completes the ritual, she suddenly screams out in pain and grabs at her head and falls to her knees.
No effect.
No effect. And she suffers...
Oh shit.
On 6d6, I rolled 4 6s and a 5.
Whoa.
That's 31 points of psychic damage to Pike.
Because she tried to cast Speak with
Dead.
Dead Dumb Fuck.
As soon as she's shaking and like grabbing her face and rubbing her eyes, and it takes her a moment to kind of come back to you, and she looks around and you can see just a faint bit of blood kind of slightly dripping out of the corner of her eyes. She's like, all I heard was laughter.
Laughter.
And you said it was minus 36 damage?
31.
31 points of
No,
damage.
no
in these
interrogation.
motherfuckers' brains.
Everyone looks
Or at
upset.
least
Why is
there's a-
everybody
Mike just got
sad?
psychic
Got
damage trying to
psychic
do...
damage up the wazoo by trying to
Speak
do
with
Speak
Dead.
with Dead.
Yeah, I guess Vecna cultist corpses are booby-trapped? I wonder what the text of that is. Like, I wonder if it's a feature that actually has, like, text to it, or if Matt just came up with that in the moment. It's interesting. I'm also curious if it specifies Speak with Dead, or if there's some sort of alternative specification. It's a fascinating idea, but I have to imagine it's a Matt original. Yeah. No, I and that's fine. I'm totally fine with Matt. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, huh. I had a bit of an aversion to it at first because it feels like something that is being come up with in the moment to avoid them getting specific information. But they have spoken to dead cultists before, and we know that Vecna almost certainly resurrects them. So it's super possible that Vecna was aware that they did this to another cultist and took explicit precautions to ensure that it doesn't have that again. Interesting. It also really brings a question of are these undead? Are they undead before? Or are they alive? And these are their... I don't know. It's interesting. I'd love to know the behind the screens on that. Of how... If that was improv, if it was not. Because there's I think there's a defense of it being improv even. Yeah. But if it's going to be if it's going to be a trap that does that much damage, like 33 damage on a roll, right? Not even like a static. If it's going to do that much damage, I lean towards it should probably be pre-prepped. If you just want to improv like, oh, it fails, and maybe you get a little sting, but if it's pre-prepped, I got no problem with it. If that's like a feature that they have that he wrote down, hell yeah, bro. Fucking lay into him. That's a good prediction. You know? Yeah, interesting. Are we having issues with Speak with Dead? Yes. It's just how the booby trap is very interesting. I'd really like to know what if that was prepped or not. Yeah, I strongly suspect Matt just thought of it right now in the moment of like, what secrets can they get? Actually, Vecna's a necromancer. He could put in a countermeasure. Then again, 66 feels specific. It's a good prediction on Matt's part if he anticipated them trying to speak with dead. If he anticipated it, fucking awesome. Bully for him. Absolutely. Deal that 66. If it's not, if it's an improv trap, I lean away from it being that extreme of like 66. That feels like a lot for an improv trap. But maybe, it feels reasonable enough. It feels reasonable enough that I can't tell if it's improv, and that's really the only bar you need to cross. So, yeah, interesting.
31 points of psychic
Oh, that's
damage.
a lot. Yeah.
31.
Burn the bodies. Fuck it.
Throw him down the well.
Throw them into the sphere.
Throw 'em in the sphere.
Oh, yeah.
Sphere,
Sphere.
do your worst.
One by one, you grab and take the corpses and thrust them towards the sphere as they immediately crumple, fold, and get pulled in, turn to nothingness, disappearing into the black void. There are elements of this, the way this sphere acts and manipulates things that remind you of the siphons, though differently. It's more violent in some ways, and it is its own contained magical entity. But with each body, it vanishes in the sphere, and you all sit there for a moment taking a breath and deciding the next order of business and traversing the insides of this titan. And that's where we're going to end tonight's game. It's 11:30.
Yeah.
I feel like I always come back from the bathroom right as we're ending games.
I'll workshop it.
That was first of all,
Session.
it's so great to be back. It's so
Straight through.
great to be back, Matt. Thank God you're totally 100% healed and all better again.
Nothing to worry about.
Outside of where
Great.
Sorry. But yeah, missed you guys. We'll be back next week. Pick up from here. We'll see as the final charge gets closer and closer.
Final charge gets closer and closer. Cool. Honestly, cool. Good session. Yeah. I mean, Sam even called it out right there. Matt's not 100%. And there was a lot of really cool ideas towards the end there, both from the players and Matt. The more I intook the combat, the more I liked it. Most of what we got was the combat, I think. We talked a little bit about the straight lininess, which, again, I get if you're really limited on prep time and you want to focus on having interesting ideas during the actual session. Making it all a straight line is a way to really contain the level of prep you need to do. So I think that's fair. Yeah. But I'm interested to see where we go next. Are we getting out of the Titan yet? Are we almost at the top? I mean, we're at the point where we are encountering cultists, so we must be somewhat close to the top. But who knows? Either way, that's where I'm going to leave it. Thank you so much for joining. I don't know when I'll be back. I can't even say next Monday because may or may not be. I'm probably going to wait until I know when my first day is at the new job. And then once I know that, I'll be able to plan out kind of what I'm going to do in between then and now. So I will see you all later. Hopefully even more often now. and probably in evenings. Almost certainly in evenings unless it's on a weekend. But that's it. Thank you again for joining. I had a good time. Stay safe. I don't know. I don't